Hello, this is the beginning of stream 287. I have still haven't finished setting up. My cat is yelling at me, and it's 11 o'clock for me, so I have to start anyway. So I'm just going to put together my plan. I spent the last 3 streams adding this debugging system so I can visualize pathfinding in my game. Before that, I was working on speeding up the AI. I want to move back into that. So I have a GitHub issue that's tracking this now. So let me put together today's plan based off of that GitHub bug. All right, I have to do paste, keep source formatting. There we go. All right, and I'm Xing out all this stuff to get a boilerplate page again. I hate this. Sometimes VS Code is just a pain. All right. Okay, nice and clean. Let me get this GitHub up. All right, GitHub. Find out which one it is. Improve performance of NPC AI scripts. There we go. So here were 3 different approaches to cut down the CPU time that the AI scripts take. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? So each individual NPC is constantly doing a pathfind in their home position to check if they've wandered too far and need to return home. Hey there, Frosty. How are you doing? So another way that's more efficient is to compute the NPC's maximum wander area and have each NPC search this to see if their current position is in the area. It could be cached and only recomputed if something changes in the area. That's going to be the tricky thing, is knowing when this happens. Like a wall is created in a position where no wall was formerly. So I have to think about that. But I can at least do this first part where we have a maximum wander area for every NPC class. And then we can just do away with the pathfind to see if we're too far from home. So idea number 2 is when pursuing a fixed position, right now we're doing a pathfind every step. We don't need to do that if the target doesn't move, right? So we could just calculate it once and have the NPC walk that path. Only need to recompute it if the target moves or something gets in the way. There's also this clause that an alternative path might get opened up that's cheaper, but even then that's not a strictly requirement. That just would make the NPC smarter. So idea number 3 is the aggro search stuff. We don't necessarily need to recompute it if the NPC hasn't moved or nothing has changed in the area that would impact the cost function, right? We could extend the search area by a little bit and just recompute it if the NPC steps that far away. So that was a 3rd idea I had there. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? So yeah, these 3 approaches, and there's probably going to be more, are to cut down the cost of doing the NPC AI. And once I get the cost cut down, I want to deploy this into production and make sure it runs well there, and then move on to the next thing, which might be some more content for the game. I'm not sure yet. I'm okay. It's been a while since I streamed. Last week was sort of crazy because of the holidays and all that stuff. And it's probably going to be crazy again come the end of this month, but right now, like, I can't really stream or really work much unless, like, the house is quiet. And during the Thanksgiving, like, we had relatives over. It was constant yelling and shouting, and I could not get any work done. Hey there, Romania. How are you doing? You're able to make a song that you're really satisfied with that's not based on a song that already exists. Sonic 2 Chemical Plant Zone. Okay, cool. So it's like a fan song based off of the Sonic stuff. That's cool. You're preparing for sleep. Well, I hope you sleep well, Romania. Hey, do you have a weighted blanket to help you? Or as Hideo calls it, magic socks. Because I hear that's all the rage now. We're actually thinking of getting one of those weighted blankets. Or maybe more than one, depending on how many people like it. All right, so let me try to put these into smaller words. Do weighted blankets really work? Adam says that they do. So that's one data point. It's snowing and below zero where you are. It was raining like stormy over Thanksgiving, and it's let up for a little bit, but it's just a temporary reprieve. We're going to get some more rain again, and not too bad. It's a little chilly. The Chem Plant song, if you want to post the link in chat, I'm not going to be able to listen to it, but if anyone else does, that's fine. Like, I don't have music on my stream because I figure you probably have your own favorite music you want to listen to along with the stream if you want to. So that's all up to you guys. All right. There's our newest song. Nice. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so I guess what we're doing is attempt to cut down on CPU usage in NPC AI scripts. So the three ideas are establish maximum wander area to replace constant pathfinding of NPCs to see if they have wandered. This is getting too wide. Wandered too far from home. Let's make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Actually, it's moving that a little bit. I'm trying to not have it overlap the overlay. Oh, iGrok, 2 months. Hi, thank you for the subscription. Lost my words. I'm so touched. No, but thank you for the support. And by the way, I had a whole bunch of free VIP slots. So I doled them out to a lot of the frequent viewers. So iGrok, you're a VIP, and Resubak, I think you might not have been, but you are now. And yeah, so I'm basically going by view time and contribution in chat and stuff like that. So, but thank you again, iGrok. iGrok really helps out, knows a lot more about C++ than I do at times. Maybe all the time, I don't know. I appreciate the support. Okay, that was idea 1, put down into a single sentence. Idea 2 is, all right, when pursuing something, only recalculate path if blocked or target moves. First time subscribing, but it says 2 months. Oh, did you get gifted or something? One? First you were like, since when do you have it? Yeah, since last night. When pursuing something, only recalculate path if blocked or target moves. But yeah, anyway, I appreciate that, iGrok. Wasn't sure how resubscribing works. Okay. Oh, before mine. I see. Hey there, TS Jost. How are you this morning? Okay, idea 3 was... Alright, to put this into one sentence, extend aggro search range and don't recalculate unless NPC moves a certain number of steps. Oh, Radon 90. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate the support. By the way, Radon 90 is also a VIP. So yeah, everybody who has been viewing a lot and contributing in chat, pretty much everybody. If I miss people, let me know. But pretty much everybody who's a regular is now a VIP because I have like 60 VIP slots now. Oh yeah, that one's essential. I agree with you, Frosty. Also, you're a really big contributor to users' channel, so I can understand why you'd sub to him. Hey there, Nui. Am I a beta tester for Stream Parrot? I am both a beta tester and an alpha tester, Mantra Guru. Hello. Yeah, so we're We're using Stream Parrot now, the beta version of it. I've been using the alpha version since Chris put it out there. And so far, so good with the beta. I forgot to wave to iGrok. Hi, sir. Or ma'am. I don't know. I should just say hello, person. Hello, person on the internet. And hi, Radon90. Yeah, so I had a lot of VIP slots doled out. Also, I felt like I needed a few more moderators just in case, like, so I don't get too distracted by weird things happening in chat. So a few people that I either know or trust from other channels or know in real life are now mods. So that's why you see TS Joss has the shiny green sword, because he's basically the top mod in Tim Badette's channel. And so I think he's trustworthy. Don't you guys think that he's trustworthy? Extend aggregate search range and don't recalculate unless NPC moves a certain distance away from where the search was performed. Yeah, forehead. I'm gonna watch all my channel disintegrate now because TS Joss will destroy it from the inside. It's more or less essential. Oh, that's my favorite. My favorite is that one. Favorite emote ever. I use that all the time on a lot of different channels. It's such a great double thumbs up one. One step closer to world Twitch domination. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. Well, everybody's got their own favorite emotes, right? I tend to like Tim's double thumbs up one. It just, I don't know, strikes me just the right way. Okay, makes me smile. When I'm feeling down, I just think of the double thumbs up emote, and I'm like, get back up. All right, this is going to be quite a difficult thing for me to do, but I'm going to give it a shot. It says Monday is empty and Tuesday's first stream. That might be because of your time zone. And there's something funny with that extension. Actually, I'm up for recommendation. I'm open to recommendations for an alternate extension to use for the scheduled thing. Because when I put it together, I say Monday the 2nd, Tuesday the 3rd, and Thursday the 5th. And it's supposed to adjust for different time zones, but Nui was telling me that, like, it shows up like a day off or something. It says Tuesday 8 p.m. Yeah, so I think that it's wrong in the date because of the time zone difference. I don't know. Really need to use something else, I guess. They won't fix it. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? We have both Tim and TS Jost here. It's like a Tim stream, only it's me instead of Tim. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Tim. Ask Tim to write one for you. I'm sure that there's another extension out there. I just need to look to find one that isn't all totally broken. Yeah, but I'll be streaming today, hopefully tomorrow and Thursday. Can't stream Wednesday or Friday because of meetings. It's a Raimu stream. Well, you're just being too modest. Guys, if you haven't followed and checked him out, you should go to Tim's channel when he's streaming. He's making his own game engine and games in C++. And they're racing games. They're pretty cool. And yeah, not too many people I know are not only doing C++ on Twitch, but also making their own game engines. That's pretty neat. You should definitely check that out. All right. I need to get to this, so I need to demonstrate what this is doing right now. The wander too far from home is the tether search. So there's George down there, and I have this debugging layer now where we can watch the George tether. And as George every time George steps, he's recomputing his distance away from his home position, which is right here with the 6 on it. Now it has the 5. To see how many squares away, so that if he gets too far away, he will go return home. So if I place him like way the heck out here, that's interesting. Oh, why didn't it pick that? Oh, because it switches to pursuit path until he gets home. That's right. So when he gets within range of home, then it starts to recompute the tether again. So the idea is that we don't really need to be computing a path to the home. We can just calculate an area, kind of like the same way that the aggro search area works like that. We can compute a home area, and at least for now, just compute it once because the scene isn't changing. In the future, though, we'll have to account for, like, if I were to do something like this, that it opens up this wall, that it would have to consider that opening to see that that's now part of the wander range. Or if I put a mountain back, put a barrier there, then he can't get back home. But for now, we'll compute it once, and then basically when he wanders outside that area, we'll just have him, pursue home. You're able actually to afford those with points? Oh, nice. Yeah, with the channel points. That's cool. There you go. So just whenever you need the Tim double thumbs up, you just buy it with channel points. That sounds good to me. All right. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any chat. Okay, I did not. It's like, it is a Monday, actually. It's not just like a Monday. It is a Monday. So let me find where this is. Let me close all this stuff. Realm server, source, ECS scripts, NPC, tether. All right. That's what we're working on, right? The tether? Let me make sure I don't get lost. Yeah, so at some point there's a check to see if we wander too far away. Right, so there's this cannot find path which does a search. So I want to replace that with just a cached search area and see if the NPC's current position is in that search area, then we don't have to pursue home. Otherwise, we should. I don't know how to do that yet with the little hand thing. That's using channel points to modify an emote, I guess. Hey there, Red Sky 1. New VIP, Red Sky 1. How are you doing? Cannot find path. I don't know why I'm calling cannot find path here. Let's see. If we're returning to the anchor, which is the home position, pursue it until we get back to range. Oh, this is... Oh, this is bad. It does... Right, because we don't get all the way home. We stop returning if we return back to wander range. Like we're showing here. If I show the tether, and then I drag George out here, he's still within his wander range, but if I put him out here, he'll continue going and until he gets to a certain distance from home, and then he stops. So there's like a wander, he could wander all the way out here, right? He can wander as far as what, there? But then it kind of snaps like a rubber band and pulls him all the way back to there. That's how that works. Which is using this wander range. Right, I had two different ranges. There's a wander range and there's a tether range. And for George, let's see what it was. Wander range was 6, and then the tether is built into the home, 15. Right, so he can wander all the way out to 15 squares and not return home, but the moment he goes 16 squares away from home, he'll snap back to 6 squares distance. That's what that's for. Is that pathfinding visualization only showing grid cells which were considered by... No, it's actually showing the ones that were in the final path, not the ones that are considered. So the ones that are considered also would be in these other areas. So I didn't include that yet. I really just wanted to show the path. But I should probably augment that at some point, because I'm going to also want to show the other paths considered but thrown away. Surprising how many cells it considers the opposite direction of the goal. Well, it should consider things opposite of the... Well, no. A-star is going to use that heuristic, right? So it should go more or less towards the goal. But if like this, where he has to go around, it's probably also considering this direction for a while, and then giving up because it finds a solution there. But we're not showing all that. Yeah, and I do have multiple visualizations, so that's showing a path that's already been calculated, and this is a search range for. It's essentially the same thing as a path find with no goal. It's just telling me where are all the places we can go to within a cost of 10, right? If we had a goal, like let's say the goal is up here, it probably wouldn't even extend way out here or out here because it would have found this more quickly using the heuristic. Yeah, the search range is what you're seeing. Yeah. So I want to replace this tether that I have right now with a search range, which is why I was showing it like this, because it will be roughly like if he's standing here and I were to extend it to 15, those would be all the tiles that he can wander within before he gets too far away from home. That's what I want to do here. So I guess that's this. I think this is the difficult part is going to be doing this with test-driven development, I think. So this has a corresponding script, right? Tether test. And I need to change what's done for whenever these tests pass. So essentially, like this one, for example, if we're at that position, it shouldn't be looking up a path because we're not outside the wander range, but it needs to at least calculate the wander range once. Maybe we get that out of the way at the beginning. So make sure the NPC's wander range is computed the first time only. So, well, the first time. Then once it's computed, these other tests will make sure it's not computed again. So, let's see. I guess we do want to do a reset test. Actually, why don't we just build it into this first test? Let's see. Make another thing, another paragraph. Since this is the first test, the script should compute the wander range this time. Okay, and so it won't be a path, right? It will be using find reachable places, so I don't have that mocked yet. Test paths is filled in by find path, so we need to mock the other function. That's probably mocked in this one. Let me find it. It's gotta be here somewheres. Oh, it's in aggro search. Hold on. Where is that? No, that. Okay. Oh, I forgot to silence my phone. Okay. Didn't have to read that yet. It can look at it later. Oh, is it in path? Okay, so probably would be path test then. There it is. Path test. Okay, I'm not finding it. Whose phone isn't silenced? My phone wasn't silenced. That's whose phone. Aha, here it is. Here's what I wanted. So we need to mock. I wanted to mock the find reachable places. Yes. And put that in tether test here. Maybe the same kind of thing where this reads from a bunch of test paths. We could have test searches. So local search index is 0, and then I can have local test searches. Reset test should turn it back to 0. And then each of these should, well, that we expect should set up a path, right? Or search. Right. And then the same kind of beginning here. Should probably be doing that up here, right? Expect that the game is the self pointer. And then this is search. Searches is CHS, not CHES, right? My brain does that to me sometimes, like, doesn't look quite right. Okay. You would do ES? Okay, now I'm gonna have to look it up. Searches versus. Okay, I guess it is an ES. Thank you, Toulouse. 161 points, oh my goodness. That's a lot of points. Zone needs to match. Okay, so it's just like the find path thing. Oh no, the current task is not accurate. Thank you very much for that. Current task. We are what are we saying? Refactoring NPC wander limit script. There we go. It's a relatively new thing to have that current task thing, so I haven't established that habit to keep it up to date. Origin. Right, so the origin shouldn't be our current position. It should be the home position. So where is that encoded? Hold on. Tether X and Y. Test context. Right. Tether X and Y. Oh, why do I have this twice? Did I have that twice in both places? Oh, no, I don't even know where it was. I guess I can... Hold on. It was here somewhere, right? Oh yeah, I did have it twice. What am I doing? Let's fix that. Doesn't have to be in both places. I mean, it doesn't have to be duplicated like that. Or here. Test context tether X and Y. Test context tether X and Y. Right. Hey there, Crumpet. By the way, Crumpet, check out your icon. you are now empowered to ward off trolls, etc., etc. You can't ban yourself. Sorry. It doesn't work that way. Although you could bring in a second account and ban it if you want. Yeah. I feel more comfortable having at least some moderators around. That way I can kind of focus on work, and if something happens in chat, you guys could take care of it and all that. But don't feel like you have to. How are things going today? A little bit better. Last week was rough because it was so noisy, and I'm kind of like my cat in a way, in that I really enjoy the peace and quiet, and I can really concentrate and do stuff. But when it gets really noisy, I just go crazy. That goes against the mod policy. What do you mean? It's not a mod only chat. The moderators just are chatty today. Oh, bring another account. Well, if it's all for testing purposes, right? You need to make sure it still works. I'm just joking. I guess I shouldn't joke about that stuff, shouldn't I? NPC aggro range is the max cost. Didn't I say that I wanted to extend it a little bit more? No, it's not aggro range anyway. It's just the wander area. So where's the wander area encoded? Test context NPC wander range. Is wander range the correct one? Hold on. I need to go back and look at the script again. It's tether range, not wander range. I need to update this. Well, I didn't even say here. Wander range. There we go. Hey there, Menez. Or Menez? Supposed to sound like mayonnaise? How are you doing today? Cannot. Okay. So it's not wander range. It's this tether range. So test context tether range is supposed to be the max cost. So that's right here, right? Tether dot range. Got it. What was that? Oh, that was to make sure that the correct cost function is passed in, because this one, where was it? Oh, we just had to put something in there. It's supposed to return haha because it's returned. Hold on, I'm confused. Oh, I copied that from somewhere else. That's why. Actually, why do we call it without looking at the return values here? Oh, because we're looking at this flag. I see. I just did it a different way. So we would I'll just copy from here. That'll make more sense, and I'll have the path function is called, that we can check it right there. There's no heuristic for find reachable places. It's just a cost function. Okay. And then we're just supposed to return the search index, the previously made searches. And that's not spelled like that, is it? It's ES. Make sure it's consistently spelled there. And then this is search index. Why is there a dot path in there? Oh, because that includes a max cost. Okay, so I won't really need that. Okay. And then this. I'm gonna have to do that somehow. Hey there, Phantasmics. You were at camp Saturday, Sunday, you still have a bruise in your leg? You got shot? What? Oh, with the, what do they call them? What do they call them? Air guns or something? Airsoft. Sounds fun. Fun and potentially dangerous. Well, Menace is probably wearing the correct gear, and so the worst you could get is a bruise, right? Paintball, you'd have little paint capsules that explode on you, but they also have like just air pellet guns, right? Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, do I need to... Can some of this be just buttoned up here? Oh, thank you for the follow. What's info again? I forget. I guess I need to compare with what I had in the other place. Here, what's info? Oh, it's passed in. Oh, this is just a convenience method to do that. Okay, so I'll still keep that. It's just what we need to return here comes from the test searches. So yeah, I don't really want to do that. I want to take this and put that in here somehow. I guess what we would do is build up. Yeah, we should just build up a list here, right? So local. I don't want to use the word places because it would be confusing. How about places in cost order? Well, it's the same name as that. How about wrapped places? And then we're going to end up returning that. But between here, we're going to do a for, I don't need the index, the value in I pairs, this thing. Do wrapped places. Actually, we can use the index here. And then equals place v. Yep. And then return it. So then that lets me, in test searches, just have a list of numbers, and it gets wrapped into having an object with these fields in it. So it should work with the test code. I mean, the code under test. I know, it's kind of weird looking. Kind of obscure. 3-layered thick clothing and mask safety goggles. Yeah, I would expect something like that. But yeah, I've heard that after the day after you get you kind of pay for the fun. All right. So this should mock the search stuff so that I can here set it up. So I won't expect a path to be looked up, right? It'll be a search. In fact, we're going to use the pathfinding later, but not for this one, right? We're not beyond tether range. So we'll expect a search, and the search should just be a list of a list of searches. So each search is a bunch of these, right? Positions and previous and cost. Just trying to think how I would do this. Days straight? Really? How would that work? I guess you would never be taken out of the match. You'd maybe be out for a period of time, then you go back in. A week, wow. It's just like a 24-hour stream. Sounds like it. You just live on the battlefield? Oh, like camping and stuff? Yeah, but I'm thinking like if you get shot and you're like out of the game, you'd only be out temporarily, right? You'd probably get back in after a certain number of hours. But tend to have breaks at night and then start up again. Oh, I see. You respawn after a while. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so if we're at 7.4, actually, it should just be the search area, everything within range of that. So the tether spot is 2.4. So we should list. Oh, does the search area include the home position? It shouldn't. So it should just be 3.4, and then it's the previous. So that's 2.4, and then the cost 1, right? And then I guess we could just keep it simple, keep it in a line. 5.4, previous is 4.4, cost is 3, and then 6.4, 5.4, 7.4, 6.4, 5. And what was the range? 5. Right, so that's it. So that's the search that we're going to give to the script. Whoa, I'm hitting a whole bunch of wrong keys. That's the search that's of all squares reachable from 2, 4 within a cost of 5. I'm just keeping it simple, saying there's only one direction he can wander in, which is to the right. So he could wander to up to 7, 4. And the path back is is encoded there in the previous, sort of like breadcrumbs, back to the home position. And that's what we're going to expect. So this, hold on. I guess we need to include this, right? Test paths, but we also should say it's test searches. Search index. Okay. On tether anchor. So at this point, we're not going to do another search. So we need to reset test searches to an empty list. Okay, this line I need to copy on all the tests now. That it doesn't do another search, because it shouldn't need to. It should be cached now. Okay, and then we, do I need to reset test searches to an empty list every time? Hold on, let me find the top here. Here it is, test searches is empty list. I guess I'm doing it with paths, so yes. So those are the expected paths and searches. Airsoft guns. All right, the first tether call will do a search. Second tether call will not do a search. It should say, oh, well, we're at the tether spot. Okay, here we're beyond tether range. So it should do a path find back. Wait a minute, why is the path empty? Can find path begin returning. Oh, hold on, this is wrong then, right? Right, it doesn't do a search right away. So this will be empty. It should just know, because that's not in the search area, that it should start returning. Not returning no aggro beyond tether range. So again, that's empty. Can't find a path back, do nothing. Hold on, how do we know we can't find a path back? Oh, the pursuit. Okay, it calls pursuit. All right, got it. Not returning have aggro, but beyond tether range. Right, so that's that. So returning, you're not yet close to home. Okay. Hold on, what are we doing when we're returning? Are we doing path finds? Hold on, I think I screwed this up. The search was going to be done here, but if it's returning, it's going to go into here. So I think I did screw it up. If we're returning, it will look up a path, but it can't find one yet. Okay, so these are on the returning state, which we're not messing with yet. Okay. All right, so I should be able to run this and show that I just broke this test completely. You're eating really crumbly biscuits? Are they biscuits or are they cookies? That's an Australian streamer joke. Probably no one gets that. That's fine. Let's just run all my Lua tests. So yeah, I will have broken a bunch of things. How did I break the path stuff? Make name for NPC. Oh, shoot. I never updated those tests. Okay, well, I'll fix those later. I should probably just put that into GitHub right now. So, new issue. NPC script tests broken by missing stub for make name for NPC. Label bug, submit. I'll fix it later. Okay, let me rearrange this a little bit. Attempt to get length of a nil value in, okay, line 38. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Line 38 of this file. Hey there, Anna Kim Luke. Hi. Oh, I never said hello to Toulouse either. My stream helper is like reminding me, say hello to people. Hi. I know, poor Toulouse. Well, he did get a point. I just forgot to wave. You won't hold it against me? Oh, thank you. Line 38. Hold on. It thinks that test paths is nil. How did test paths get to be nil? You got down to line 119 here. Oh, I never set it up. There we go. Run it again. Right, so this is what I would expect. It went and called find path when it shouldn't. So I'm ready to make the changes to the code then, I think. Changes I want are we need to either we need to check to see if we have a wander search area cached, and if not, we need to compute it. And it's going to be based off of the NPC's class or their entity number if they're a solo. So for this, do I want to have two tests for that actually? All right. Just looking at my texts. Oh, well, good luck tomorrow, Manez. On your Russian test. Hope you do well. Right. Should I have two tests where one is the NPC is part of a group of NPCs? Or maybe I should just make it, there's one for every entity. No, that doesn't make sense. I should have another setup for like... This is a lot of setup though. If I wanted to do this in two different test functions, how would I do it? I don't know how yet, so I'm not going to try. Instead, I'll just be sneaky about it. I'll just change the NPC's entity number. So we're not even looking at the NPC's entity number yet. Let's do that now. NPC entity is, I don't know, 9. And we're also not looking at the NPC's class, are we? So in other tests we do that. Where would we do that? AI? Right. I think I'll have it start out with an entity number and then I'll have it switch to an entity class. So we'll just take this and we'll copy it again. Try a switch to a switch the NPC to a spawned NPC as a class field. And try again. Expect the script to recompute the wander range. So here, test context dot NPC entity. Let's just add one to it, so it's a different one. Actually, no. All I should need to do is assign the class. So NPC dot class. And I don't think I actually doesn't care. It doesn't care if it's No, it's not an object though. It is an entity number in the real game, right? In the real game, these guys have class attributes and their numbers, right? So I need to actually have that. Unless... Hold on. How does this... Does this load it at some point? Let me search for this NPC class. We just look to see if it exists. There's a spawn. Okay, it makes sense that spawning would look at it. Okay, yeah, so it just needs to be some number. How about 15? So then it should recompute it again, but then after that it should use the cached version. Okay. So yeah, in here, first check to see if, well, check to see if, oh shoot, how do I want to do this? Ultimately, we'll cache it by entity number, right? Okay, so determine which entity, either the NPC or its class, will be used for caching a tether or a wander area. And then next will be compute the wander area if not already known. And then it will be if the NPC is outside the wander area, start returning. Yep. Okay, so that's mostly this part here. Only we won't use that anymore. First, to determine which entity, we need to see does it have a class. So we'll start with assuming that it's the entity's number. So right, we have it there. What name to make it? Wander area entity? NPC entity, and then if NPC class, then wander area entity is NPC class instead. That's okay, that's it. And then compute the wander area if it's not known. So here's where I need to basically have a cache set up. I guess we would set it up here somewhere. Make it no, it can't be a local. It's got to be outside the function, right? But it can be local within the scope of executing this script. of loading the script. So we can call it wander area cache. All right, and then we'll see if not wander area cache wander area entity. Then, and this is really that, right? Or better, it would be better to say equals nil. Okay, so if it's nil, then we need to compute it. So I'm going to compute it the same way we compute areas in the path. Hey there, Alex Dev. And Merdium, hello. You have to grab classes in 8 minutes. Eek! Good luck with your classes. Have fun. Crumpet. Alright. Why am I so slow today? Yeah, I heard of the advent of code, but I don't know much about it. I saw it was being discussed in Adam's Discord. Mernin Krasner, how are you today? Life has been treating me so-so. Like, I was really stressed last week because of all the noise and chaos at home. But now it's quiet again today, so I can work again. So it's getting better. Okay, here it is. Game reach. This is what I want. I guess I need to do this same thing because I need the context. Yes? Actually, no, we're not using aggro search cost, are we? I'm going to be using this. Here. And we're going to be storing it back into here, right? So that equals game find reachable places. And it's not our position, it's the tether. So it's tether xy. And that's the wrong function. I need to use the one this is using. This stuff. Path cost. I need this one. Actually, what if I just pull this out like that? I can do that, right? Because it's reusable. It doesn't... the only thing it closes on is context. So we should be fine. So I'm going to use that as the path, as the cost function. And then the range is tether range, right? Yep. From day to day, you get a harder challenge to solve until the 24th or 25th. Interesting. See, I pour all of my free time into, as much as I can, into my work. So it's hard for me to do something like that. Unless I had it planned ahead of time, I guess. So maybe next time. I say the same thing about, like, Ludum Dare. I should probably just set aside time for those things. So yeah, if I've already missed the start, I'll just try to look out for it when it starts the next time. Assuming it's in a year from now, right? In December. Okay, so if we have computed to find, all right, so we've computed, so here we can assume we already have it, and I just want to see, all right, I remember this. I made a method for this. Places in cost order has a brother now. I added this. I thought I added it. Index of, that's right. Index of tells us if something is, if a position by X and Y is in the reachable places. Yes, so I can say if this index of, and then I have to give our position X, position Y. So outside would be equals 0. Then we start returning. if we can. Otherwise, we're lost. Okay, so this would require that we actually mock that. So I need to do that back here. This has to do it here. Places.index of equals function self xy, and then we have to basically look to see if it's in the wrapped places. Actually, we have it here, right? So I guess we can do it here. Can I just return early? So this would return 0. And I can say if then return I end, fix the indentation, and the if is 2 clauses. If wrapped places I, the first one is the x, right? Equals x, and is it and or is it double and? I always forget this stuff. I think it's and in Lua. Equals y, then we found it. Otherwise, we'd never find it. Okay. So, am I ready to test again? Test, run it again. Cost function. Okay. What script are we in? It's chopping the name of the script down. I guess it's tether 132. No, this is the wrong script. Probably the test 132, right? Yes. So it finds find reachable places, which is on line 62. Oh, this cost function. Oh, because it's cost, not cost function. Let's make it named the same. There we go. Attempt index nil value global wrapped places. Ooh, did I screw that up? Wrapped places. Oh yeah, it's local there. Shoot. I don't want to use wrapped places. I want to use test searches. Oh, I guess that's V. There we go. Fixed. Attempt to index a nil value in the for iterator. Because that's nil? Okay, it's on line 164. Oh, because the searches is nil. Oh, shoot. Well, it shouldn't have... Oh, it won't call it. No, wait a minute. It should not have gone back to that. Hold on, I'm confused. Oh, wait. Shoot. We can't... This is going to get reassigned. We have to make we need to make a copy of the reference. Yes, I need to do something like this. Search is test searches index, and then we capture on that so that this can get reassigned later. Like that. Okay. Okay, 168 is how far it got. So it tried to pursue. Why did it try to pursue? Oh, we don't search. Okay, that's a special case. It should say if the position is different from the home position. So there are 2 cases. That's one case where we're outside the wander area, but also it has to not, we have to not be on the home area. So the home area, so that's position.x is not equal to tether x and position-wise, well, it's ore, right? Hold on. It's all and this is ore. So let me document these parts. Not on the tether, not on the home position. Home tether position. And not inside the wander area. Okay. Oh, it's broken now. Oh, I'm missing some parentheses. Indeed. That should go there. Okay, so I need to fix that now. So it gets down to where? 245. 249. Probably right, because cannot find path. Hold on. Because cannot find path ends up trying to make a name for the NPC. So I need to actually mock that for this test now. So it doesn't really matter what I name it, right? So I'll just mock it at the very top and have it just do something stupid like function. What does it take? Actually, it doesn't matter. I just return Bob. We'll call him Bob. And then store debug tiles also needs to be mocked. Sure, we'll store it. Yeah, trust us to store it. Attempt to call a nil. It's just what? I did set that. Oh, it's a method, so it's game dot. Is that right? Hold on, I need to look. It is, okay. Hey, it passed. Nice. All right. Well, cool. The only downside is that if I change the area, it doesn't recompute this search right now. How to do that would be kind of complex. Anyway, let's try it out in the test area. So we'll run the Python script that I have called scripts sync. What's it? A candinal for the name of the realm, sync, and then I should really just make a batch file for this. Source ACS scripts, and that should synchronize the scripts into the game because the tether is updated and now it should be live. So now if I'm looking at this, right, so this tether isn't really used anymore. Oh, I didn't debug it. I need to add it. I want to add it to the debugging. Do I want to, okay, I want to do it in a similar way that I do the aggro search. Where's the aggro search? I guess I can just look for aggro search. There it is. Okay, here it is. So let's just copy this. I should probably make a utility that does this. And then put that here when we compute it, so we'll store it. And we'll call it wander area. So the name, that's not right. Debug tiles is what? Oh, we need to actually build it. Okay, we'll build it. So we'll build it here. Like that, right? Okay, and then the tiles are here. Places in cost order, and it's going to build them up. Yeah, this whole thing can probably be a utility. Why do I have this is hostile towards? I don't need that part. We just need the debug tiles part. And we're going to take those debug tiles and store them. And when do we expire? When the NPC ceases to exist. Or actually, it should be when the wander area entity ceases to exist. Oh, it could be an NPC or a class, though. Shoot. I guess we can store what type it is. So local wander area entity type. So it's either an NPC or it is a class, right? Class. Was that what I used for that? Class? So like this guy's class. Yeah, NPC class. Could also use the position. Maybe that's better. Yeah, that's probably better. So we won't need this then. I'll look up the position. If the position ceases to exist, then we can get rid of the debug layer. There we go. All right. All of that out of the way. This should pop up immediately. Wander area. So there's George's wander area. So if I were to pluck George up and put him anywhere within that area, he won't go back home. But if I put him 1 square away, then he goes home. Nice. Cool. Well, that's 1 down. Sort of. It's just, okay. So the problem here, I'll illustrate the problem. The problem is if I were to put like a barrier in the way, it should recalculate the wander area to not include these squares because technically these are outside his wander area now. So it's what I could do is I could have some game system which is whenever something is changed, it will check is it in anyone's wander area, and if so, recalculate the wander area. The problem is though, it is if I open up something like that, for example, that square wasn't in the wander area, but it was technically it was searched when we were finding this path, but we didn't store it. What we're not showing, and I think iGrok mentioned it earlier, is we're not showing all of the squares actually considered during the search. If we were, we would be showing like these barriers, because those are considered and then thrown out because they exceed the max cost, right? But we kind of want to include those positions because we want to look to see if something like that happens. Then we know, oh, okay, we need to recompute the wander area again, right? So that would require that this function that we're using, this find reachable places, not just store the positions in green here, but also store the boundaries as well. And then we'd have to look at the area plus the boundaries around it, and then check that against anything that's, I guess, whenever something becomes dirty, which that would be a rendering system change, right? I'm gonna make that something I design a later day. I'll just check this in for now. So we have cached the wander area so that we do not need to search it every single move. Okay, that's just a remove redundant test line. Test searches, right. So we mocked the searching to make sure it's done, and then those are the extra. Actually, I could probably fix those other tests by adding that. I'll do that next, actually. That's easy. I'll make sure all my tests pass. So this one here is, I want to link it back to the GitHub issue. This one, so that's 215. So work in progress on issue 215. I kind of like to have that work. Do I want to just repeat this part and then do that? I guess so. So in NPC tether, calculate once the wander area for an NPC or its class, and use this to determine whether or not an NPC should return to home, rather than constantly doing a path find. Alright. I didn't check it, but those slimes should also have a wander area. Let me look at that. Oh, there it is. Okay, I guess it's in there for the very first one. Oh, interesting. It doesn't include the spots that they started in, because they were probably, that's where they were standing at the time. That's a bug. So the wander area should not be, should have, okay, the cost function should be different then. Yeah. I want to fix that now. What cost function am I using? NPC path cost, which is where? Here. Right, this is doing a test if they can move. I really don't want to do a test for movement, do I? I think I want to do the same thing that the aggro does. Let me look at what aggro does. That's a different cost function, right? Aggro search. This one. And this is still in Lua, right? Wait a minute, why is this saying the cost is 1 if there's an NPC there? Okay, I don't know why I'm doing that. Why does this even matter for aggro search? I don't know. Because won't it just look at the tile underneath them anyway and say, okay, it's permitted to go there? Why I'll do all that? In fact, I wonder what happens if I just comment this out. Well, let me fix the unit test first. I'm guessing if I delete all that code, the test will still pass. So this is completely unneeded. Test. Yeah, let's fix these. These I think were just broken by these missing functions. So just like tether test has a mock for that now, right there. We'll do the same thing in this one. Right there. And then the same thing here, probably. Just need to mock that. Actually, you know what would be better? Would be to just put this into the common framework of the test. Now I need to remember which one it was. Yeah, here it was. Okay, so let's put that into the common. Common. Do I put it? That's for game. Let me think about this. No, wait a minute. I can do this one. This one, though, like, we don't want to do that for everything because that will have its own test. Hey there, Spherus. How are you doing? There we go. So I don't need, at least don't need that part anymore. I'll leave the other one in there. Let's just search for this. Because I don't need this one anymore. There was one more, and I don't know where it is. I guess we'll find it through running the unit test. There it was. Yes, there. Needs a copy of that. There. Yay, all test passing. Okay, let's check that in. So this is just mocking the debug tile related stuff. Okay, so fix Lua test failures due to, well, caused by missing debug stubs. There you go. All right, back to everything working. Look at those successful tests. Ooh, it's a glowy cube. Look at that. Look at these. Look at that glowy cube. Oh, the green check marks up here? Yay! Good for you, Spheris, passing your tests. Nice glowy cube. I like that. Okay, so I still need to fix that hole. That hole is caused by having the wrong cost function. So the correct cost function was in the aggro stuff, right? Was it path? I'm confused about where I put this stuff already. Probably just putting it in the wrong place. Was it in path that I'm putting it in? Yeah, okay, so right. I postulated that if I remove this it'll still work. Let's see if I'm right. Nope, I broke this one. Never seen tests in Unity? I'm not surprised that they have it. Just maybe not many people use it. Using unit tests in general, it's a skill, right? It doesn't come easy. Expected 15 got 10. For line 30, is this the correct line number? Now I'm confused. What line number are we on? Access check. Oh, right. Okay, it's the wrong entity. We got player logged out instead of the entity. Pass for this test here. Oh, because we're considering it. Oh, that's why it's there. Okay, I know why this code had to be there. It's to do an early return so we don't do an access check. And to skip it completely if it's not even there. If it's gone. If it's gone, don't even consider it. Skip this one down to here. So I need that. Technically, can't that just do a skip? I think that's in there in case an NPC is standing on a wall, you can still pursue them. You won't be able to move onto the wall, but you'll be able to strike them. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So really I just need a simpler version of this for Wander area that won't even consider any NPCs or players. Right? So maybe I just make a new function for that called like Wander search cost. Yeah, let's just do that. So that's NPC path test. That's search. So let's make another one. A copy of this called Wander path cost. I have an extra blank line there. That's weird. Okay, so this is Wander search cost. The movement capability is still important. Right, so We'll still throw other players logged in and not in there. So this will be a wander search cost. And then what do we expect? Actually, I wonder if I'm going to end up with just the same function again. Hold on. It was it was kind of a pain to set up the test. You had to set up assembly definitions. You had to learn what those were, how to figure out how to get to work with the ECS, which wasn't easy. Yeah, you're using the ECS stuff now, right? Arrange, act, assert. You know about the 3A's now? Nice. It's just a guideline. I don't strictly follow it all the time. Sometimes it makes sense and sometimes it doesn't. Uses jobs too, so it's multi-threaded and burst compiled. Nice. You felt like you had crammed for an exam all weekend just learning all this stuff? That's cool. The exam is, I guess, your game development, right? Let's see if you actually make use out of the knowledge, right? No, I don't want the same function, do I? I don't even want it to consider NPCs at all. Right, so this will be a slightly different. Wander search cost. So if there's nothing, no access check. Right. Pass ground, player logged out. What should it be? We would skip that and it would be 1 for the ground, right? So I should have versions of this where the player is logged out and there's nothing underneath it. Player logged out and nothing else there, right? And it should be, what should it be? 0? Right, just like if it was a pass. And this should be false. Right. And the same thing with the player logged in. We shouldn't care if they're logged in or not. So if there's nothing underneath them, then it's a pass. No access check performed. Okay. And this should be a true for the ground, right? It should basically just skip these. So these should all be trues. Yep. Why do I have 4? That. Hold on. Not. Oh, it's max cost plus 1 for a wall. Got it. So if we put, so this should be 101. Because it should disregard the NPC, and same thing here, that should be 101. Okay, so this will fail because the function doesn't exist, right? Okay. Oh, I need to rerun it because I added a function. It gets all screwed up about where functions are until I reset it. There we go. Right, so it doesn't exist yet. So let's make it exist. So my idea is to just make a copy of this without the NPC and player checks and call it the wander search cost. So just disregard this stuff completely. And then just do an access check, right? Actually, no, not disregard them, but do this all the time. Skip them. If it's an NPC, skip it. If it's a player, skip it. Yeah. Run. Okay, so it failed on 186. Yeah, that's wrong. This should be a true. Oh, that was it. Passes now. No, it doesn't. Oh, because there are two runners. Yeah. I should just delete the other runner. There are two runners because I built it once in VS Code. I built Moon Unit twice, once in VS Code and once for Visual Studio. Technically, the one built with Visual Studio should be faster. This one right here. Actually, what's the difference? 103 milliseconds versus 230. Yeah, so it's over twice as fast because it's a release build of Lua and all that. Seems like you end up wanting to cache pathfinding results in more cases than just wander paths, so it would be worthwhile to make a generic pathfinding cache that's checked during any call to find path. Maybe? I'll have to consider that. Maybe? In fact, that's one other way we can do this one, right? We can just let them try to do a pathfind, and then the cache could say, well, you just did a pathfind with those exact same parameters and nothing nearby changed, so just give you the same result, right? So I could implement this one by doing this idea. That find path would have its own cache, and that it would just consult its cache if you gave it the same parameters as you did before, and nothing else changed. The trick would be knowing if something else changed, I guess. I guess what you'd have to do is you have to do a lot of upkeep on the cache, right? Whenever something is marked as dirty. So for example, if I'm here and there are a bunch of paths calculated around this area and I just did that, you'd have to go to every single path in the cache that includes that square and mark it as invalidated, right? So I don't know how expensive that would be. I guess you go through every path in the cache. You'd see, is that position in that, does it affect that path calculation? If so, mark it as, I guess to invalidate it, you just drop it out of the cache. Actually, that wouldn't be too bad, because how often do I do stuff like that? That's only when I'm doing world building. Other things that might block are when there's pursuit, though. Most games you've seen just invalidate caches based on time rather than polling the world state. Okay. So you would use the same path like maybe 10 or 20 or 100 times, and then after that it would say, oh, well, it's old, so let's recalculate it. Or maybe invalidate the cache when it knows it has enough time to recompute a new one. You can make the invalidation time parameter the find. That's true. Yeah. They're all good ideas. Give you a couple more points. Yeah, the caller probably knows more about, yeah, because I'm already doing that, right? In the, when I'm computing this in the first place, this expire function says, well, you can drop this set when that wander area entity ceases to exist. So this similar kind of expiration delegate you could give to a pathfind. You can say, when is if you cache this path, when do you invalidate this path? And that could be based off a lot of criteria. Oh, wait, I didn't actually use this function yet. I should probably do that. The idea was for tether test to expect the different cost function. How do we check which cost function is actually used? I don't think this actually does. Where was it? Right here somewhere. Here. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, we don't want that. So let's actually turn that to false. We expect search. That's what I called it, right? No, wander search cost. and expect that one to be true. And let me think about this. I need to mock the cost function. So this thing right here. This goes there, and that goes there. And it's the same parameters, so we can do the same kind of thing, expect the same kinds of things. Do I need to reset that in reset test? Yes. So then why am I resetting it? Hold on. Why am I bothering to reset it here? Oh, because it's used elsewhere, I guess? Anyway, it should be fine. Run. Broken. Okay, so it did call path. Right, because I haven't switched to it yet. Yeah, I wanted it to break. Cool. So we're going to switch it now. This should call the other function now. This should be wander search cost with context. Because we need to make it up here. Wander search cost with context. Yay. Okay. Now that should have affected the game, and I should be able to look at that wander area. Oh, it doesn't recalculate because it didn't get reloaded, right? Hold on. How? It should have reloaded when it reloaded tether, and it just did that, right? So why did it not recompute it? Oh, because it's now a different number. Okay, there it is. So now it includes the squares that the slimes were on. That makes more sense. And it wasn't blocked by slime, so the wander area is correct now. Okay, cool. So let me test this a little bit. I want to test it in an area that's not so much going to trigger George. Let's do this by it's up to 8 tiles, right? So 6, 7, 8, and then it will have bend a little bit more like that. All right, and then it will not update. Oh, the other thing is this number is not correct. It's not using the correct number in the name. Since it's a debug thing, I'm not going to worry about it updating a test for it. It's just find it. This should not use that. It should use this. And that would have triggered an update. So here, this one. Cool. So now, if I place a slime... Actually, he's there. Why is he not returning back? Is he broken? Are you broken? I think he's broken. Which slime are you? Oh, now he's returning. That's weird. Maybe I need to make this... No, hold on. Which slime are you? You are 20959. Oh, now it's working. Wait a minute. Oh, is his home range beyond his wander range or something? Let me look. In the class, wander range was 5, by the way. In the class, oh, it's in the position of the class, right? No, it's in this class. Tether range 8. Yeah, why is this slime not returning within 5? Not returning at all now. That's strange. This path is being blocked by other slimes on his way back. Oh, right. I think you're right. Yeah, the pathfind to home, they're blocking each other. So if I move like these guys out of the way, yeah. Now he returns. Yeah. Okay, so how do I fix that? that I guess will get fixed when I do this next step, right? Doing that. So we could calculate a path using a cost function where, well, hold on. Maybe this is something not to worry about because in the real game, will I have a lot of constrained corridors like this with monsters that might wander too far away? I mean, maybe. So maybe they should always try to return unless they get blocked. So the path find on the return should ignore at least other monsters of their own kind, right? Actually, I think it should just ignore anything. And if it gets right, if something gets in its way, it would just get stuck. Yeah, so I guess that's the next thing I want to do. Let's check this in though. Okay, use a different cost function. Well, use a different cost function for calculating NPC wander area. I guess we'll say what the name is. This cost function ignores other NPCs and players. In fact, I'll probably use the same cost function for calculating the path back, right? So maybe I want to name it something more generic. Like, I don't know. I'm bad with names. Path? What should I name it? So this is an NPC cost. Naming a serious business. It is, because if you pick the wrong name, you get confused later. NPC cost. So if I talk about it, maybe I'll come up with a name. So this cost function I want to use whenever we're looking for a path or looking for a search area and we want to disregard other monsters and players. So it's just looking at the background. I'll just call it NPC cost background only. Or terrain only or something. Background. I like the word background. Background implies it could be terrain or it could be non-terrain things, but they're not actual moving entities. You have F2. I have search or replace here. Kaboom. And then while I'm at it, maybe I'll replace this one. This is not really an aggro search cost. It's NPC cost foreground considered or something. It's not context sensitive. Yeah, but if the name is only used in one context, then you can safely do that. And you can kind of do the include exclude to limit the context. Yeah, it's fine if you have a very specific name. So that's why I try to keep my name specific so that I can search replace without needing to narrow the context. Okay. That's fine. Maybe I just want to call the other one NPC. Okay, let's just do it. Let's search for that. I really shouldn't change it. Well, you know, that's okay. Change it in these existing text files. I guess I could exclude text. Probably better. Okay, yeah, so what to name it? NPC cost. It's saying that it only costs one. to reach another NPC or a player. So maybe that should be part of the name. I don't know what to name it. The other one's background only because we're skipping foreground entities. This is not... It's basically disregarding the access check. Well, yeah. It's only doing an access check for non-character tiles, whereas this one... Actually, the word characters may be a good word. Hey there, Gelmega. How have you been doing in Romania or Bulgaria? I forget which one. How are you doing? It's been a while, huh? Yeah, I'm working on trying to find good names for script functions here. Bulgaria, yes, that was it. It was one of those two countries. They're right next to each other in that area of the world. Hope things are doing well for you. Let me think. Other NPCs will cost 1. NPC cost to reach characters. Seek characters, maybe? Finally got a nice apartment. Nice. TS just wants pics. Okay, we'll just call it that. You know, that's fine. And then we'll rerun all of the runner. Should not break anything. We're good. So we'll include this use different cost function. Now it's called NPC cost background only. This function ignores use a different cost function clicking wander area and name it see cost background only. This cost function ignores other NPCs and players. Rename the existing one. This one, rename aggro search to imply that the cost function treats characters as uniquely reachable, as in there is the cost of 1. So it's like we'll use it when we're seeking out other characters. Okay, so what do we want to say here? Fix issues with cost functions in searching, in NPC searching. It's fine. Studio closes for about 2 weeks, and it'll be the first time you set foot back home in 5 months. That's a good thing, I hope? Or is that like a strange thing? Will it be strange to be home for the first time in 5 months? Okay. This should have fixed this problem, right? Where, oh, wait a minute, no, I didn't fix... There's still a problem here where if a slime is blocking another slime, like I put this guy here, he won't return home unless there's a path all the way home here. If anyone gets in his way, he stops. But now he's got a path home, so he returns, right? Let me make this more strong by extending this corridor a bit. So we'll put him way up here. And might as well put that there, why not? And do that, and then I can place any one of these guys, like, here. And he won't return home because this guy's in his way. If I move him out of the way, then he's like, oh, I can return home now. So now he's returning home. But now these two block, yeah. So let's fix this problem. We can see that in his path, right? He's entity. Which one is he? How come it's showing a different number for each time I mouse over it? 20981. Pursuit path. So there's his path, and if I put stuff in his way, then he kind of gets blocked. And there he recomputed a path around his buddy. Right? So we'll have him only recompute the path if he gets blocked on his current path. It's good, but a bit strange. This month is expensive. Apartment deposit plus buying stuff you still need, like a microwave. Aha. It's an investment. Treat that microwave well. All right. To fix this, I just want to use this cost function background only when computing the path, right? Okay, so this is pursuit. Right. And it's attempting to find a path to the target. I didn't look at this one yet, so I actually have 3 cost functions, don't I? Oops, wrong button. That was almost catastrophic. So I have cost background only. I have cost seek characters. This one is leveraging this one. Right, so this is the one that was that's hardware accelerated. This one is C++ accelerated by using a built-in test NPC move to entity. Let me look at that again. That's here. Get the NPCs move mobility. If they're a guide, if they're not, they're blocked by other NPCs and players as well. Yeah, so this is the cost function, or the what is this called? This is a test function that we want to use when we're actually moving, but not when we're doing a path find. So I need to change this function. And I really should rename this anyway. And I want to be whole word only on this one, don't I? Oh, wait a minute, no. Yeah, let's rename this one. Let's call it NPC cost. Is it only used in pursuit, actually? It's not, I should not use it here, actually. I think this is the first cost function I made, so I was using it everywhere. But really, what do I want it to be? I think I'm going to leave it alone for now. I think it's this that I want to change. Cannot find path. I don't think we want to do that. I think we actually just want to try pursuing, and if it fails, then we'll set returning to false. And then that should, because what I want to happen is if like a player gets in the way of an NPC returning, it should stop returning and then be able to attack the thing in its way. Where is that actually done? Let me look at this again. NPC AI. If they've aggroed them, then try to attack them. Otherwise, we go into the tether. So what does the tether do? Where do we pull aggro? I guess we don't pull aggro here. We pull aggro here if we didn't return true from tether. Right, I remember this. So tether would return false because we couldn't pursue, and that would allow it to attack the player in the way. Adam's hosting me. Hey there, Adam. I don't know if you're actually watching or if it's just auto-host, but welcome, Adam's viewers. Can't hear on the phone, have a great stream, etc. Okay. Good luck on your phone call. I should actually write this. Have a great rest of your day. Hope your stream went well. Thanks for the host. There we go. Well, thank you, Imran. And hello. I should wave to all the people who are chatting. So yeah, if you're new here, which you might be because a lot of people end up kind of watching Adam13531, just browsing through Twitch. And if you haven't seen Adam's channel, you should check it out. He's working on a game that is a strategy game written in JavaScript. But yeah, like playing with scissors just posted. I have a video that's like about 2 minutes long that will kind of introduce you to my stream if that's what you would like to see. If you're like clueless about what's going on and you want to just get 2 minutes caught up, or I could just describe what I'm doing. Hey, they're playing with scissors. I missed a little bit. Why am I using Lua instead of Python? I'm using all 4 languages. So this is the game I'm working on. The front end of the game is in JavaScript, and the back end of the game is a C++ custom engine, which uses Lua for the rapid development of scripts. So like this is the part of the script where NPCs determine whether or not they should return to their home area. Like if I pick up George here and I say, hey George, go over there. He's like, no, that's too far away from home. I need to go back. So that's called the tether. And that when I place him too far away from home, he'll calculate a path back, which it's showing here in the green. His normal wander area looks like that. So once he wanders outside of this range of squares here, he pursues his home. And he'll get within like 6 tiles of home and then start wandering again. Other scripts are like doing aggro searches. So this is George's aggro search right now. If a slime enters that aggro search range, he'll go pursue that slime to the death. So just move him 1 square up, and he's like, "Oh, I see a slime within my aggro search range. Let me go attack it." So all the logic about doing the pathfinding and whatnot, and doing the combat and the results of combat, the fact that it dropped some money there, that's all done in Lua, and that's mostly just to get things, working quickly and not having to recompile the engine and all that. And then last but not least, I use Python as I'm working on these scripts. The moment I hit save, a Python script running in the background updates the script. And because I just messed that up, there should be script errors. There we go. Oh, that's a coincidence. That script is exactly 9999. Huh. Coincidental. So yeah, I use 4 different programming languages for different reasons. So I like Python for automation tools. So this Python script is just, every time it detects that I change the Lua file, it will upload it to my game. The game combination of C++ and Lua on the back end and JavaScript in the front end. It's just different languages for different reasons. Hey there, Lewd Melon. You were confused at first why you're seeing C++ on Adam's stream? Yeah, he's hosting me. Anything to procrastinate. Yeah, Toulouse is the master of procrastination. He has like 160 some points in my stream because he's helping me out instead of doing his job. Oh, there's a bunch of people I didn't wave to? Spooky. Hello, how are you doing? And Dalak, I didn't see you chat, but that was probably during the host. I'm just gonna type it manually here. There we go. And then Slickfur. I didn't see your chat. And then Endurn. I didn't see you either. How come I'm missing all this chat? Is something wrong with chat? How come I'm not seeing all these things? And Hackjob Games. Hi. Oh, my stream helper doesn't know about the capitalization. I need to mark that I've greeted a couple of you. Because I capitalized it differently. Okay, Jill Mega, thanks for stopping by. That's a lot of waving. I know, it's just something silly I do for my stream that if anyone chats, I wave to them with my little silly little custom emote. Anyway, if you have any questions, let me know. My plan today is to try to improve the performance of some of these scripts that I have for my game. I want to get it to where I can run this in the production server, and right now it's too slow. So I'm running it locally in my test environment. I need to speed things up. So there are these 3 things I'm trying to work on today, which are written up a little bit more in this GitHub issue. This one here, and I implemented this one, the first one. I'm looking into the second. So the cause of a lot of the slowness in my scripts right now is there's a lot of recomputation for things like the aggro range, the wandering, whenever there's some pursuit happening. So like if I put George up here, he'll have a pursuit path right now to return home. Like there's no reason why George needs to recompute the path to this square. If nothing changed, he could just compute it once and then follow the path. So I'm doing performance improvements like that today. You got a new emote for me. Oh, the double thumbs up Raimu emote? Sounds good, TS Just. Thank you for the clip. I'll look at that later. All right. Oh, Playing with Scissors said PHP 7.4 came out last week. We now have a way to run compiled code in a real language without the need to make a Apache Nginx mod now. Sounds cool. Yeah, Playing with Scissors knows a lot about PHP. How many free emote slots do you have? I don't think I have any other frees. It's all based on sub points, and I don't have very many subs, so. I could probably recycle one of them. The one I use. Do I have one I don't use? I don't remember. You feel at home at framework and optimization work? You're not good at it all, but that's what you like most in programming? That's cool. I have some built-in tools that help me out. So for example, I should be running this now. I put in some profiling code. So I can say run that and then wait a little bit of time. And then I'm going to... Oh, Slickfur, you didn't have to do that. Thank you for the gift sub, Slickfur. So now Endorn and Adam and Playing with Scissors and Master Agent and Retired Android are now able to use my ridiculous little emotes. Thank you for the sub, Slickfur. Very kind of you. And now the overlay is going to have a fit. let me silence the audio for that for a while. So by the way, that overlay, that way, not that way, but that way, is based off of an old game I used to play when I was a kid called Ys. Y-S. All right, so now this has been profiling a while, I can hit stop profiling, and I get a nice report that I will bring into VS Code here. So this uses a tool I wrote called Moon Clock, which instruments Lua. So it goes to the Lua interpreter and says, hey, what are your global variables? Oh, I see you have a function there. And it will replace the function like pairs with an instrumented version of pairs where it will it'll note down the time at the beginning, and then it'll call the real pairs, and then note the time at which the real pairs returned. Take the difference, and then note it down somewhere. So, and it also count the number of times things are called. So this says over the course of 50 seconds, 1.5 seconds were spent in the Lua game systems, and there's a breakdown of things that are called. That's weird that the overlay did that. It's like the GIFs thing showed up late. Okay. Thanks again, Slickfur. I appreciate it. About to eat lunch? Nice. Hopefully there's something yummy. I wish I could have lunch, but I'm working right now. Not sure what that was. It was something weird with Twitch, wasn't it? Anyway, yeah, I've been using this to like figure out the effect of different things. So like I just made an optimization step today, so I should save this as, I think the last one was step 5, so we'll call this one step 6, and we'll compare steps 5 and 6. So step 5, so one thing I regret is that I'm showing the total time in seconds and not a percentage. So I have to kind of do this in my head. If it's 1 second out of 20, and this is 1.5 seconds out of 50, oh, that's actually much better. Let me redo step 6 with a 20-second interval. So let me get my stopwatch out here. Maybe I'll have to go back to moon clock and make it show it in percentage and not raw seconds. So let's do this. So start profiling and start the stopwatch at the same time, and then we'll let it run a little bit. And let George do his thing. He's going to go fight monsters until he gets yoinked back by his tether. I got to get this set up to hit stop right at 20 seconds to get a nice fair comparison, right? 8, 9, 20. All right. So here's the profiling report. This replaces step 6 there. So comparing 5 and 6. Oh, that's weird. Did the numbers go up? That's weird. I wonder if it's a fair test. It shouldn't have gone up so much. I'm wondering if these numbers, yeah. I don't know if this is a fair test. Why did it call the systems that many times versus that many? It shouldn't have called it that many times. Oh, wait. Is it not clearing the numbers every time I run it? If I run it and then stop it immediately. Yep, that's what it is. It's a bug. The numbers aren't cleared. I have to, I had to actually stop the server to get the numbers to clear again. Stay hydrated. Yeah, I have water here. I ran out of kombucha. Need to go to Costco and get some more. All right. So the numbers, there's a bug. It's not clearing the numbers. So I need to actually stop the server, start it again, then remeasure. All right. And then the front end has another bug where the old path is not redrawn. Okay. Ready to do a more fair comparison now. With start. And then I'm going to want to sort it. I should just make that by default. And stop. All right. All right. 420 versus 400. Okay. That's more reasonable. So it's going to be, what is that? Roughly 20 frames per second is the back end tick rate. So it did go down from 0.97 to 0.66. And it's in the AI system. We got all of our savings. The AI system is going to call, it wraps act with that thing, right? So that's why we're seeing that. Guide act. I just want to make sure that it should have been the tether that got beat down. Yeah, so now tether is a much more respectable number. So 4 milliseconds over 20 seconds rather than 146 milliseconds. Cool. So yeah, using a tool like this, I can kind of hone in on where most of the time is spent, and like rather than optimize everything, just optimize the most expensive things. So right now, the most expensive thing is the guide act, which does what? Patrol, aggression. So the aggro system is expensive right now. Is Twitch acting up? Or did you didn't give out 5 more, did you? Slickfur? I think Twitch is just acting up. It just wants me to be extra thanks to Slickfur. Maybe it's time for me to look for a different overlay thing. I'm using Stream Elements, so Stream Elements is having a problem, I guess. Not even clicking anything, huh? Maybe I forgot to wave, and I did wave. Okay, the aggro search within the aggression script is the most expensive. Aggro search is probably calling find reachable places, right? It's only 29 times too. It's showing up as 10? No, it's 5. I don't think he gave 5 before. Hey there, Sai. How are you doing? Total of 10 in the channel? Oh. Well, yeah, maybe it's messed up. I don't know. For me, it says 5. But I'm using a different chat client. I'm using Yata, which is made by a nice developer named Hideo. Okay. I think that was the subject of the next optimization, right? Is the aggression stuff. Let me see what the note said. No, that was going to do pursuit next. I guess pursuit isn't... Let's... Oh, I needed to do that... Right, there's still... I got sidetracked because of the host. There was a bug I was looking into, right? Where the wander area for these slimes, right, is that. And if I put one of these guys way outside the wander area, then... okay, he's stuck because there are things in his way. So I need to, like, move stuff out of the way. Now he'll find a path. Pursuit path, right? But he gets stuck if things get in his way, and he only continues his path when there's a clear path. Right, I was working on that, yeah. I remember now. Totally sidetracked before. It's when he's pursuing home. Right now, it's if he can't find a path, he will stop returning. That's bad. I think he should just try to pursue, and if he couldn't, then yes. What if I just change this? Well, I'm not going to change the test stuff yet. I'm just going to experiment here. Let's do if that. Wait a minute. Let me think about this. There's 2 elements here. You could get blocked, or you could be you could have returned home, right? I think to fix that, this should use the other cost function. This is using path cost right. So yeah, I didn't want to use this cost function. I wanted to use the other cost function instead. Background only, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, I already have that here. So what if I just do this one then? Will that fix this behavior? Now if I put one of these slimes out here, will he return home? No, it's broken. Oh, because he can't find a path back. So that's one part of it. If he can't find a path back, it just tries to pursue, but that uses the wrong cost function, right? Yeah. Try to pursue a position uses this, again, this cost function. Is that what I want? Depends. Sometimes if we're pursuing, we want to go around obstacles. But in this case, we don't. Or if there is an obstacle in the way, we want to go we want to try to go a different direction. I think it should just compute a path once and then try to follow it, and if it gets blocked, it would just recompute it again. Or maybe do two paths. So one with one cost function and the other with the other if the first one fails. Maybe it's something like that. Sorry, I'm a little bit indecisive right now. That, I think, should use that cost function. Yes. Hey there, too, bud. How are you doing? Okay. I'll leave that in there without changing the tests yet. I'm mostly just experimenting here, right? I think I want to try this with two different cost functions, with not considering... Right. I want to have two of these. One considering background, only background, and another one considering everything. The speakers are really bad, so you can't help. That's okay. You don't need to help. Don't feel obligated. All right, so I'm thinking that if we can't find a path, we try the other cost function. Because it's going to just try to go that direction and it might still fail, right? Yeah, so what if we just do this? We'll try again with the other cost function, background only. And if that one fails, then then we couldn't find a path either way. Then we'll return false. Let's see what that does. So now if I put one of these guys out here. Oh, he's still broken. Just say the next couple sentences as if the connection were bad, just to mess with playing with scissors. Sorry, I spoke that out loud. Now that ruined the joke. I'm sorry, Endurn. Yeah, that's the other problem. You didn't Endure. Next time you have to do like /everyone dash except dash PWS, and then that'll send the chat to everyone but playing with scissors. You know that's how it's done, right? All right, that's his identity. 21084. Yeah. Why is it that... let me just move that guy out of move these guys out of the way for a second. And now he has a pursuit path. Now put someone in his way. He just stops. Why is that? Oh, wait a minute. I know why. It's not updating my scripts because I had to reboot the server. Now it updated them. And now it's working, of course. So now, even though something's in his way, he's going to try, but then he gets blocked there. Okay, that fixed it. Cool. So what is the wander area for these guys? Okay, so that's... And George is killing them off. So if I put one of these guys way out here, he'll pursue home. Even if things are in his way. There we go. So it's working now. So I should just adjust the unit test to make sure that we're doing this then. You said what? Yeah. Do you see that? I saw that message playing with scissors. You didn't because he did the /. See, if you do a /everyone but PWS, hello. How do I do that? How come okay. I can't do this with Yana. Actually, we'll just invent a new syntax. So playing with scissors didn't see that hello. Everyone else did, though. Right? Everyone. Exactly. Wouldn't it be funny if you could do that in chat, you could just send it to everyone but someone else? And then, like, get someone totally confused? Anyway, yeah. This will have broken a bunch of my tests, right? It broke the try position and the tether. On 246. Right. What is this false expect to be true on line 56? Oh, right. It called the other cost function. Yeah. Okay, so we have to be a little bit more elaborate here. Yeah, I switched the cost function. It's calling for that. So I need to update the test to expect that, right? I'm thinking these tests are too complicated because tether is too complicated. I should probably break up this function into smaller functions that are more easily testable. That would be a smart thing to do. So are we calling NPC path cost anymore? No, we're not. So I can just remove that. And it is this then that we're calling. There. That should fix that test. Nope. Why not? Oh, because I screwed it up. Shoot. Oh, because there's only one cost function now. Yeah, so get rid of that. Correct. Actually, this should just be that. And then get rid of that. Oops. I screwed it up. It's the other one. This one. That go and that go there. This doesn't matter anymore. Right, okay. Now I fixed it. There are worse functions to refactor? Probably, but the thing is that one indication that a function needs to be refactored is usually if the test gets so complicated that it's hard to do test-driven development. It's a sort of a sign that the function is too complicated. If the test ends up being complicated, the function is probably too complicated. And breaking it up into smaller functions would make it easier to maintain the test for it. All right, so try position changed. It's in pursuit. All right. Kind of scatterbrained right now. Okay, yeah. The change I made was it first tries to find a direct path and then it tries to first find a path around obstacles. And then if it can't, it tries to find a path just through looking at the background only. So it could, worst case, it'll do 2 path finds. Yeah, the test is too complicated. All right. So this should wrap both of them. I already did this in tether test. Right here. So that goes there. Oh, Adam. All right. Stop whispering, stream. Wait a minute. I am not a match for Adam's humor, by the way. Once more, a shout out. If you haven't seen his stream, you should watch it. There are very few other streamers I know who have quite the wit and humor that Adam does. One of the reasons why I like to watch his stream whenever I can. Always makes me smile. Just general chatter. He's very entertaining, I think. All right. What am I doing again? Oh, right. Oh, and I'm getting a nice robocall. I should have like a robocall counter somewhere. I have to think about what are the times where it will do a second search. It's if it can't find a path, right? Okay, so these aren't even trying to pursue. This one tries to pursue. Does not take a step. Why? Because same position. Distant position, limited pursuit. Right, so no path. Okay, let me think about this. It'll actually call it twice, right? With a different cost function. I don't have this set up to do that. I have to copy from the other test that does allow it to be called multiple times, right? This stuff here. Okay, this had an expected I need, oops, that I should have anywhere here. Right, so instead of just a Boolean, is it called, we have an index, and then we'll assert that it's called the correct number of times. And we'll expect the correct cost. Yeah, I was surprised about that. That was supposed to be a whisper? That's okay. Yeah, on Adam's stream earlier, he's at first I thought you were considering redesigning Botland to remove rounds, and then it sounded like you made the decision to do it. I'm like, oh wait. I don't know if I like that. Big change. Quite a big change, right? To remove rounds. So in Botland, there are like 3 rounds in any battle. As an attacker or defender, you have like the attacker has basically three chances to win, and the defender has to survive 3 rounds of attacks. And I guess Adam's removing. Oh, you were considering. You decided almost certainly you're going to do it. So the change is now Botland will have what no round, so it'd just be 1 round. And I don't know what I think about that because I'm so used to it being a 3-round. What would you call it? A 3-round match? 1 round and the ability to retry. Yeah, so I'm not sure what I think about it. I think I'd have to actually play it to see if I like it or not. Okay. Yeah, so this should just return the right. So instead of test.path, we'll have should test paths be test.paths, right? Dot paths. Yes. And so test should have paths. Okay, I'm getting there. It's taking me a while, but I'm getting there. Reset tests should, right. return the path index to 0. We don't have find path called anymore. Oh, right, the test expect the index is what's expected, right? This thing. And this should be test dot paths. Okay, so that hold on. This is what this is now. There. Okay. Again, a very complicated test for a very complicated function. It's gonna teach me that I need to refactor more. This is just punishment right now. Okay, so this test path actually doesn't need to be set up there. Oh, yeah, we should set up for every test. Yeah, so everything should set this. We should probably just do that at the beginning of there. And then this is where it should find the path. So this is test paths equals, and there's one thing in the path, right? Path equals, and then max cost equals. Why did I have it both 0? I don't know why I did that. It should just be that. All right, have a rhyming good time? You too. Have an atoming good time. Okay. I don't know why I set this twice. Anyway, that's the new way to do it. I'll probably... Is this the same path? No, it's a different path. So this kind of moves up here as paths equals... Path equals that. Max cost equals 50. Like that. I think that's right. Oh, I didn't update the date command. I'm so bad. I forgot to make a link to the page and everything. Just go do that. Let's go do that. So, I totally forgot to do that at the beginning of the stream. This is the first time in 200 and something streams I totally forgot to do it. So in the overview, I have a link to the notebook. So this is what I do. I should have done at the beginning of the stream. And sorry for the white. I don't know how to make this dark mode without screwing up other things, because there's no built-in dark mode thing in the OneNote Online. Go to log. Go to today's date. Link to the page. Go to tiny URL. Make it tiny. Copy to clipboard. Test it. It should work. Just gonna assume it's gonna work. Put the link there. It worked. And let's go to the production server. And I'm gonna go to the today command. And what am I doing? I'm working on improving the performance of Lewis scripts in his game. Update. And it's probably really late to do this, but just stick to the habit of in stream plan. Put it in there. Today I'm back and working on Lewis script performance. There we go. Thank you for reminding me playing with scissors. Okay. So that should be working now. Yes. Okay, so this is back to paths is empty. This one has a path with the max cost. Path equals that. Max cost is 50. Technically don't need a comma there, because I know there'd be nothing after that. Okay. Let me check to make sure I didn't totally completely destroy this thing. I did. Well, did I? What function? No, it actually got down to here. Okay, yeah. So it's fine. I just need to update. This actually has paths in it now. It should look up 2 paths actually. What did this have before? Why was it not checking a path before? Oh, it would return an empty path. That's right. So this should return an empty path. But it has a max cost here. I've been putting spaces not consistently. I should be consistent. All right. Where was I? Right here. Spaces. And then that gets rid of this. So there should be no test.max cost. We don't actually need that. Reset should be, well, every test is doing that, so we don't need to do that. Okay, so this needs to be updated. It's going to look up, again, an empty path with a max cost of 50. Yeah, and this find path called is obsolete, so we remove that. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm doing it in all the right places, right? It's just, I'm missing something else, though. This one I'm missing. Every one of these tests should check that. The number of path lookups is expected. There we go. What language is this? This is Lua. It's called a scripting language, but you know, so this came up the other day. What's programming versus scripting? I think scripting or scripts is just another name for a small program. So you can consider this to either a script or a small program, either way. This one is testing the behavior of this other script or small program, which does pathfinding in my game. For, like, for example, have this guy find his way back home. He's to compute these squares to figure out which direction he should move. It's being done in that function. So I'm working on the function that is being used for this guy to compute his path. Technically, I already did the function changes, but I'm making sure my tests match the code. So this was the change. That's why there's a green bar here. Before this line, if I put him up here, he would get stuck if there's another slime in his way. But right now, he'll try to find a path around his brethren, but if he can't, he'll just take a direct path. Should probably add into that I've been using Python more, because as I'm working on these scripts, there's a Python script running in the background that's uploading the scripts to the game. Thank you for that follow. Okay. Yeah, so the script works, I'm just updating the test for it. And it was failing around this line, right? Up here, 143. This one. Oh, this is bad. Try to pursue distant position, limited pursuit, and... Oh. Hold on. 85. Oh, the max cost is not what was expected. So it was actually 10. Well, what's this aggro range? 10. So expected 15 and it was 10. What was it before? Why is the max cost wrong? Hold on. You could do it if you want. If you want to change the command, that's fine. I can do it right now too. Edit com languages. There we go. Oh, did it not work? Did I edit the wrong thing? Oh no, it did work. Cool. Thank you, Nui. Not a fan, actually. I don't have a strong opinion about it. Yeah, you're scissors. You're not a scissors. You're a fan. Yeah, exactly. That exactly what T.S. Joss said is what I thought. You're not a fan. You're a scissors. Okay, I don't understand why it's failing there. Expected 15, actual was 10 for this max cost. Oh, okay. Another text. Another distraction. I wonder if it's to do with that constant 5 there. If limited is set to true. Limited is true. If limited, the max cost is aggro range plus the extension. Or, well, that's what this 5 was for. Why are we expecting 15? Oh, because I set it here and then I used... Okay, I'm setting it in the wrong place. That needs to be set there before we use it. Alright, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then this is saying it's... Because there's only... It's going to do a second path lookup, basically, because this is the main change. The main change is that when it fails with one, it's going to try the other with a different cost function. So we should probably put that into here, expected cost function, right? Right now it's expecting path cost is called, but we don't know which one is going to get called. I have an idea. It's going to be one or the other of these two, right? What if we just say local NPC cost function called, and then this will just set that to NPC path cost. This one will set it to this one. And then reset should... oh, wait a minute. What did that used to be? Path cost called. Aha. So we should set it to nil. And then expect whatever is in here. So something like this. cost function for this one. And then I can put that in all of these. So that will be NPC path cost. I'm just going to put commas in the ends. And this one will be, what's the other way, right? Forget the names I use. Path cost and cost background only. Okay. There we go. Let me update these other ones. See, I should have put a comma at the end there. I didn't think I would add anything, but here I am adding something. That bar is totally out of place. That's fine. So for all these ones where we get a path the first call, there's no second path lookup. For all the other ones, though, there will be a second path lookup. And this one says there's no path either way. I'm going to have to add a test where it returns a path on the second call and not the first. Right now, though, I'm just making the existing tests work. So this will be also a 50. This is just repeating implementation details of find path. Maybe better set up a test for the path that's blocked by NPC and make sure it's... Yeah, probably. I'm just following this rabbit hole down and feeling the pain of how complex it is. And you're probably telling me the correct thing to do. But I kind of think of it as two different things, though. One is to get the test working, and then what you're suggesting is to refactor it completely to make it better. So I'll probably do that, but as a second step. I have a hard time switching gears mid task. In fact, I don't even know if my tasks are current task is correct. No, we're not doing that. We are fixing NPC pursuit bug where NPC stops if there are others blocking. Will that fit on my screen? Just barely. Thank you for that follow again. Yeah, so I wanted to first fix it, and then if I come back and refactor this, probably I'll come to that conclusion where it would just be better to have a test like you're saying. Hey there, Cthulhu. What language? This is Lua. And we just finished making an update to the languages command. You'll see me working on one of 4 different languages. Usually it's going to be either C++ or Lua these days. Sometimes JavaScript if I'm working on the front-end client to the game here. And occasionally Python if I'm working on the automation tools. But right now it's Lua. I'm trying to repair a unit test for a game script. That's what I'm doing. That should have actually fixed it. Let's see. No, it's broken. Where did I break it? 143. I'm missing a bracket. Oh yeah, because there's no comma there. And 205. Missing another comma. Now there's no syntax error because I can tell it's running. But the test is still broken. Expected nil, actual was a table. Okay. This, by the way, is just a display problem. It shouldn't try to make it a string if it's a table, but it does. Okay, hold on. It's saying on line 64. Oh. Hold on. No, this doesn't have a cost, does it? Wait a minute. Am I in the same test? I'm in a different test. I'm totally confused. How many tests do I have here? Oh, no, this is the correct place. Oh, it's test.context. I pulled it in from somewhere else, that's why, and I didn't update that. All right. Yay. Okay. Now that I got it working, it matches the code, and now I should consider what iGrok said. That the test is repeating, it's just repeating implementation details, which is true. We're just checking to see that did it do 2 path finds or not. Wouldn't it be better to set up a test where the path is blocked and make sure it still tries to move? Probably, so I just have to think about basically redesigning this test to really not care about the details so much as did it make the correct action, right? I mean, that's in here. Technically, it's if this pursuit is tried. That's literally the making sure it still tries to move. That's what this means, that the pursuit was tried. The thing is, this is testing a little bit more. It's testing not only did it try to pursue, but what path did it, shoot. Where does it actually say which direction it goes? Oh, this doesn't actually try to move. It just returns a Boolean. Can it go or not? Or maybe it does. I'm not testing that. Hold on. It does. Shoot. We're not even checking that. Dang it. So this is never mocked? Oh, it is mocked. So... Oh, right, because try delta does that, and we mocked try delta to just return the result. We say whether or not it should pursue. Where is that actually written? Right here. Yeah, so we only care if it tried to pursue, and this is testing that should match that. Yeah, okay. To make a test where the path is blocked and make sure it still tries to move. Maybe I just make another test for that then. Like separate from this monster one. Because that's actually the new behavior, right? So this is just making sure the old behavior still works. So let me try to arrange. The thing is I'm going to have to have a whole lot of the same arrangement stuff. Yeah, no, either way I'm going to have a whole lot of these mocks in the way. Unless I did something like where I made this part a sub-function and test that separately. That's probably what I should do. I don't feel like doing refactoring right now, though. I really just want to get the performance going. Let me just check this in as a bug fix, since let's make sure it's still working. I should be able to put one of these slimes up there, and even if I block it with another slime, he'll still try to go home, right? Yep. And we should see that here on the pursuit paths. Yep. Okay. I think he's still trying to get home, and these guys are all in the way. They're all piled up there. Yeah. Then he gets within 6 or 5 squares and stops. Okay. So at least it's not broken anymore. I can check it in. So right, this is to do a second path find and just try out the direct path. Oh, I didn't check in the tether change either. Right, so I should check the tether change in first. This is change NPC tether to disregard other characters. So it disregards them by only using the cost background only cost function. And we check to make sure that it does that. So should I say that here? I use NPC cost background only rather than NPC path cost as the cost function for path finding when so what is this specifically for again? Oh, when checking if a path wait a minute, what is this again? It's in cannot find path. It's if we're returning. Right. Do I actually use cannot find path? I have separated out as another function because it's calling it from more than one place, but now I'm not. Really, that should be a separate test, a separate function that's testable separately. Oh, it's to see if we've gotten home or not. When checking if the NPC has arrived back in its home area or not. This prevents an NPC from stopping. Was it stopping early? No, he'll continue. This prevents an NPC from continuing to pursue the home position, even if it's within range. In the case where another NPC is in the way to the home position. I shouldn't even be using pathfinding at all. I should just have a search map for home and just look it up, see what is how many squares are we away. Maybe that's what I need to do next too. That's maybe another optimization. I should put that in the plan. When returning home, use the wander area cache rather than doing path find to check if the NPC is within range. That's what that search thing does. But for now, that's just fixing it because it was a bug. And now this one is pursuit. So this is a fixed bug where an NPC will stop. Fixed bug where an NPC will stop returning home if it doesn't see a clear path. Well, if other NPCs or players are in the way along the path, not adjacent. Okay, so use the NPC. Well, it's to do a secondary, right? If a path around NPCs players cannot be found, do a second path find disregarding NPCs players. And all of this is just to check if it should try, right? And this is in pursuit. Yeah, because we're still doing try to pursuit in a direction based off of the path. Right. Do a second path find disregarding NPC players to find a path to the target. Pursuit bug causing NPCs to stop along the path. Stop early. Yeah, there we go. New sword, who dis? You don't know TS Joss? So we have a few new swords, right? Who exactly did I make a moderator? I can say that, right? Yeah, N Parry, TS Just, and Red Rampage Crumpet are all new mods. Because I felt better to have more moderators just in case something weird happens in chat. And they're probably faster than I would be at bringing down the hammer, so to speak. Okay. Push 6 commits ahead, so let's push it. Okay, so I haven't technically done any of these yet, right? And I was looking at the numbers before, and this one was the most expensive right now, right? Because it's constantly searching. Actually, let me look at the numbers. In fact, maybe calculate the numbers again. It shouldn't have changed much. To do it again because of the bug. Oh, I should just put that in as a bug. That is a bug in Moon Clock. Where are you? Moon Clock. Okay, new issue. I just don't want to forget this. What is it called in Moon Clock? Metrics or something? Hold on, let me find out what it's called. What do I call it here? Include report. Right. Instrument report is not cleared on a second start. So if you start instrumenting, then stop, and then start again, the numbers collected in the report for the first run are not cleared like we want. New issue. Do you have any plans to do some admin of code? I didn't know about admin and code until started, and I don't know. I feel like I'd rather just start from day one. I already missed day one, so I'll probably do it next year. I'd have to know in advance that it's happening. Yeah, I don't want to start something in the middle. And I don't know, it kind of came at a bad time for me. I was super busy with dealing with relatives, so I don't know if I would have been able to start. Hey there, Primogen, how are you doing? I was watching you last night. You were one of the very few coders that I could watch last night. It's always fun to watch your stream, too. If you haven't, you should check out the Primogen's channel. He is a very entertaining coder and working on Netflix. And so you get a nice balance of technical stuff as well as entertainment. He's got a lot more entertainment stuff than I do, certainly. I was actually watching your stream last couple of times, trying to get inspired about how to like add new scenes to my channel. Trying to stay myself, but also bring a little bit more liveliness. And I haven't really done anything yet, but it did make me think, I should put together some interesting scenes. I only learned about admin code after starting. Doesn't like to start from day one. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, Playing with Scissors. I appreciate the work there. No feedback? What do you mean no feedback? Well, Primogen, your stream is pretty awesome. I definitely recommend anyone watch it. In fact, Primogen had a 24-hour stream last month, and it was like, oh, what's this? You didn't have to subscribe, but thank you very much for the support. Yeah, Primogen had a 24-hour stream a couple weeks back, and man, I don't know if I could ever do a 24-hour stream. It's quite the thing. Adam's bot sent me whisper saying command added. Oh, it did? Oh, is his bot in my channel or something? Oh no, you're saying you want it to respond. That's an interesting thing. Let me That's an interesting thing for me to add. So, hold on. So Playmo says there's added a command to my bot, but my bot didn't whisper back. So to do, have the bot whisper back a response to, I guess we're calling them mod commands, to certain commands. Such as add com, del com, edit com, alias com. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Playing with Scissors. I will definitely at least look into it, if not do it. So it sounds like a cool thing to do. All right. I'm getting really sidetracked. But yeah, if you haven't seen my stream before, I have like a 2-minute long video that kind of introduces what I do here. So I'm working on this game. Been working on this for about a year. It's probably going to be another year before there's anything playable here. But specifically, there are a few performance issues that I'm trying to work on, and also there are a few bugs. Like if I put that slime way up here, see how he's now marching back down here? Because they try to stay around their wander area. He was getting stuck and not returning to his wander area if other slimes were in the way. But the main thing I'm working on today is performance. So for example, right now George has this aggro search area that he uses to determine what enemies he should try to pursue. And right now, it's recalculated every time he moves. So we obviously don't need to do that. I could, for example, right now he's only searching 10 squares out. He could search 15 squares and not aggro anything under, over 10 squares. But then using one calculated map, he could use that map if he wanders within 5 squares of that original calculation. The aggro map is still correct, right? I don't know if I explained that very well, but right now it's recalculating the area every time he moves. But if I expanded the range by n squares, then he could wander within n squares of that original point, and the aggro map would still be useful, so I could cache it. So that's the idea that I wanted to pursue here. But I want to measure the performance again before I do that. So I have this setup where it's kind of clunky right now, but I'm gonna go here and say start profiling and start my stopwatch, because right now my reports show absolute time and not percentages. So I'm trying to make sure that I run exactly the same number of seconds every time I run this, so I can compare apples to apples. If I made it show percentage numbers, I wouldn't have to do this. So maybe I'll work on that soon. So at 20 seconds, I hit the button and I get a report. I'm going to pull in the report here and take a look. And this is, we'll call it step 7. The last one was step 6. Oh, thank you for that follow. So the idea is I want to compare what the numbers are between... Oh, and that's screwed up because I ran it twice. Gosh dang it. So we have to do that again. That's because of the bug I just entered, right? The bug is the numbers don't clear unless I stop and start the server. So I got to do it again. Thank you for that follow. Okay, wait for the game to come back up. We're getting a lot of follows all of a sudden. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go ahead and mute the audio for now, since it's bothering me. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, we're good. Reload this. Okay, we're gonna measure one more time. So stopwatch, get set, and go. And make it a little bit more interesting, let's move George up here so that he does a little bit of pursuit. Yeah, go get that slime. Kill it. Kill that one, and then he should reach the end of his tether and then snap back. Okay, good. And then I have to... Oh, I'm a little bit over time. I was getting caught up in that. It's just 22 seconds instead of 20. That's fine. Okay, the numbers are a little bit better. But still, I bet the bottleneck is going to be in this aggro search. Oh, it's actually not. Huh. No, it's in the guide, act, patrol, aggression. Right. When aggression calls aggro search, it's expensive. Yeah, it's still a quarter second over 20 seconds, which is kind of a lot. So yeah, if I could reduce that number, I could gain back as much as a third of the time I'm spending, right? Cool. So the idea would be aggro search should cache its results and only actually do a search if we're outside of an extended range. That's what I want to do now. Let's do it. Find NPC aggression. While we're at it, NPC aggression test. Okay, thanks for that follow. Interesting name. You could take that report and generate the output to flame graphs. The format's really simple. I didn't know about flame graphs. Let me write that down. Give you a point. Look, it's your first useless Raimu internet point. Generating it is the current format. I'm just making a, I don't know, tabular format. An idea I had was also maybe have a comma, what is it? Comma separated list? I forget the acronym. But something I could import directly into Excel or something like that. You love internet points. Oh, come on, TS Just. All right. Hold on. The dog is wanting to be let out. I'll be right back in just like 20 seconds, all right? Be right back. Not even 20 seconds. Yeah, the dog goes, room, tap, 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 room, tap, tap, tap. I'm like, gotta let her out. Okay, aggro search. I think that's what, this is the key one, right? How come that's showing a little icon there? I don't know. Dog speed running. 6 extra blocks? Well, you're gonna get your exercise if you're walking. Yeah, what are you gonna do with all that extra exercise? Okay, where is aggro search actually done? It's done in path here. Right, find reachable places and all this stuff, right? Yes, seek character. Right, I recently renamed this. This is the cost function that is looking for other characters. That's giving preference to finding other characters. Okay, so this one is as is, right? This one actually just gives us the... Oh, wait a minute. No, this includes pulling aggro. So we need to adjust this one. In fact, I should probably have this one use the cache internally. Yeah, so it's this one I'm going to care about, right? So this is in path test we're going to update. Cool. So I only call it once in the test. Oh, and it pulls aggro on 2 things. Okay, so what I can do is just have it call it a second time and expect that it doesn't do the find a second time, right? That this should only be called once. Well, yeah, let's have 2 things here. Well, thank you for that follow. I'm getting a lot of follows today. I hope I'm keeping it interesting. I know sometimes I get kind of stuck and preoccupied and I'm not explaining everything completely. It's really hard to do that when you're like a year into a big program and people are new come in. I kind of feel bad that I can't explain everything I'm doing. I kind of liken it to showing you a mountain using a microscope. I can show you one grain of sand at a time. So if you have any specific questions, let me know. Hey there, Wanna? What am I doing? I'm working on optimizing some scripts today. So specifically, I'll show you this visualization here. This NPC named George, every time he moves, he's recalculating the squares that he's searching for enemies in. And it's one of these green slimes. They're his enemies, right? So if I put a green slime in that range, he immediately goes off and goes to fight it, right? Kills it and then returns back home. And once he gets back home, he'll start searching again. So now he's going to search again. It's very expensive for him to be constantly recalculating this. So there are two optimization opportunities here. If he doesn't move, we don't need to research again. And a lot of times when he's wandering, he's not moving. He's choosing to sit still. Only when he moves would we really need to recalculate. And the other optimization is, and I'm going to fold this into the first one, rather than like, if he's always only moving one square at a time, most of the squares stay the same. The only thing that really changes is the boundaries, right? So my idea is, instead of searching only 10 squares out, search 15 squares out, and then cache that result, and you only really need to recalculate the search if he moves more than 4 or more than 5 squares away from his original spot, right? So we can reduce the number of searches down to 1/5 if we just, actually, or 1/5 or better. Worst case is he immediately marches 5 squares away from where he did his search. But we'll at least get an 80% reduction in the cost of searching for enemies if we just search once and then wait for him to move far enough away where the original search is not useful anymore. That's what I'm working on right now. The searching is done in the scripts for the game, which are written in Lua. So it's this aggro search that's called. So in this test, for example, if we tell the script, if aggro search returns, so aggro search is going to call find reachable places. So we mock find reachable places to return this list exactly. And I have here commented, here's where there's an enemy, and here's where there's another enemy. So if aggro search, when it calls find reachable places, gets these 5 places, it'll see 2 of the places have an enemy in it, and then it'll put those in the enemies list. So what we want to see here is the first call should find the first 2 enemies. We're going to add a third one. That's the hint here. Should find the first 2 enemies. Should perform a it should perform an actual search and find the first 2 enemies. And then we're going to have it called again the second, let's just avoid saying the first and the second. Let's just say, let's say since this is the first call, it should perform an actual search and find the first 2 enemies. Since the NPC doesn't move too far away from its previous position, this time no actual search is performed. Instead, the results of the previous search, which were cached, should be used. Can it be that his aggro search is 10 squares, but not 10 squares sight range? Yeah, right now it's smell range. So for example, if I put him up here, see how you can kind of sense around this corner? So it's not even sight, it's more of like how many squares it would take him to reach there. So you can kind of think of it as smell. But it disregards barriers. So like even though he can see across here, he doesn't sense here because it would be too far for him to walk. It's kind of weird in that way. It all is tied into the cost function that you use in the search. So I could use a different cost function that allows him to sense things across this barrier, even though they're too far away to walk, or alternatively, the cost function could disregard squares that are outside of visual range or like line of sight. So, you know, however you decide to do that, that's all in the cost function selection. I'm right now more interested in just reducing the number of searches we do so that it's not constantly, it's doing the same search over and over again and getting the exact same results and wasting the CPU. So like you're saying, let me read it again. Can it be that his aggro range is 10 squares, but not 10 squares sight range? It's the way he can walk, even though you can't see the area. I mean, you wouldn't react to an enemy on the other side. Yeah, yeah. So Nicodemus, you got it right. It's his walk range. He can see those slimes, so to speak, but he's like, oh, it would take me too long to get there. So he's like a lazy guard. The alternative would be he would pull aggro on them and he would look menacingly at them and say, I'd like to strike you, but you're too far away from, you know, I'm tied to this area. Kind of like a guard dog. But yeah. Oh, now the dog wants to get let back in. Hold on, I'll be right back. This will be another 10 seconds or so. We do not have a doggy door, so I have to manually open and close the door. Okay, we wanted to use a cache, and then let's say the third time, this time the NPC doesn't move, but a third enemy moves within range. And they'll say this time the NPC moves far enough to trigger another search. So let me set this up. Enemy closest, further enemy in range, further enemy beyond range. Let's keep the one that's beyond range. We'll have another one. Further enemy that moves within range. And then I'll have another further enemy that comes within range when NPC moves. I know these are horribly long names, but that's okay. They're very descriptive, right? Okay. Okay. I had this set up manually. The friendly NPC is at 1/4. Closest enemy is at 2/3. The further away is at 2/2 because our position is 2/4. Right. Okay, so, and then that's the one beyond. So let's have one that comes within range. So, hold on, let me think about this. So we'll have the NPC move. Let's have it move 1 square, and then the other NPC moves within range, so that's 1 square back. So if the aggro range is what? 5, then 2 squares away, maybe. Or, I mean, 7 squares away from this position, so that would be -3, right? Then that will be the enemy that moves within range. Okay. What else do I need here? Oh. Need to add these two in the new ones here. The moves within range. And when NPC moves. Okay, then when the NPC moves within range, let's have that scenario where he moves like, I don't know. I really needed to draw a picture for this. Far enough to trigger a search. That would require that I parameterize it. Or maybe just use a constant. Now, let's use a constant like 5 or something. So let's say if the NPC moves 5 from his original search spot, which was 2, 4. Let's have him move the other direction, actually. Yeah. So if he's moving to the left, let's have him move, moving up, let's have him move down, so positive y. So to 2, 9. So something within the range 5 of 2, 9. So 5 plus 9 is 13. 13. Actually, let's put that here. That's within range when the NPC moves. Should probably draw a picture to explain this. Thank you for the follow. Okay, and then how do we reflect movement? We set the test context position. Let me do this before. So text context position y is, it was 4, and then we'll move it to 3. And then we'll move this the other direction, so 4 plus 5 is 9. This totally deserves a picture, doesn't it? Wait, did I do that math right? Yeah, 9, and then aggro range is 5. So 9 plus 5 is 14. Seems questionable. Yeah, I had my math wrong. This is why I should probably have a picture that describes it. All right. So then the places that are returned, it really is different every step, right? So I should probably find where I already mocked this before. Yeah. And just do this. That goes there. And it's this search that I need to have. What search? Right, so that... We're going to only have one search, right? So I can just... yeah, so something like this. Put it there. So I call it test search. I'll just call it search. And I only need one level of... It just needs to be a list, right? And I need to declare it up here before I actually use it. And then this will find it. Okay, so this is actually the list I need, not the other one that I had. I need that one here. And let's remove this adornment here. Like that. And we're done. I have Cthulhu. I got rid of redundant searches for tethering. So now there is a wander area for George, and it's constant. I'll need to update this later to recalculate the wander area if, for example, I do something like that. It should have recalculated to let him wander into here, but it doesn't yet because it doesn't detect changes to the environment. So as long as the environment doesn't change, we don't need to constantly see if he's left his wander area because it just calculates the wander area once and we've cached it. Same thing for these slimes. That's the slimes wander area, right? So we actually got quite a lot of savings out of that. Like, I forget the percentage, but there's only one search for the slimes and one search for George, and then that's it. There's no more pathfinding. We just look, there's constant lookup to see if they're still within the area or not. So that was step 1 today. This one. So I'm working on, actually I'm doing these out of order. Let's move that. I'm working on this one. That we're going to extend the aggro search range and not recalculate it unless it moves a certain distance away from where the search was performed. So just to reduce the number of times that we're doing this aggro search. It's doing it every single time that George decides what he wants to do. And that's twice a second. And so even if he's not moving, it's constantly recalculating this, so it's a total waste of time. Update current task? Probably. Yeah, thank you, Toulouse. So, let's say, improving performance of NPC aggro search. So, what I expect to see is instead of it only showing 10 squares away and changing every time he moves, it should show like 15 squares away and only recalculate if George moves beyond 5 squares from his starting position. They rubber band if they exceed their wander area. And that's weird. How come it's not showing me the wander area? Did I break it? Oh, I think I broke it because I'm in the middle of changing the code. Hey there, Jed. Oh, I forgot to wave to a few other people. And Perry. I forgot to wave to you. That's been a while. There we go. Hey, and then also Bobby. And Mr. Balrog. And Nicodemus, I forgot to wave to you as well. And now I've lost where that chat message, so I'll just have to do it manually. There you go. All waves all around to everybody who's chatting. Yeah, I think I broke this because I'm in the middle of changing this code, right? Oh, thank you for that follow. Yeah, so I have some automation running in the background. Oh, it's not even running now because I restarted the server. Wait a minute, then why would it have... That's weird. So why is this broken right now? How come the wander area is not showing up? Oh, I know. It, I must have a bug where it dropped it after 10. No, then it shouldn't show up if I do. Okay, no, it's just broken. It's broken. Completely broken. So while they're returning and they're attacking, they will not reassign aggro. If they're attacked, they immediately pull aggro. They don't even have to search. If they're returning home, they won't attack you unless you get in their way right now. But all of this is subject to change. This is disturbing me that these are not showing up anymore. I mean, this wander area is not showing up anymore. What did I do to break it? I broke it, chat. I don't know what I did. Anyway. Right, so that's the initial search. I want to see if the search was actually done, though. So this is not needed anymore. I guess we will make a local search performed. And we'll have this one set it to true. And then we will have search performed as false. And this should moon unit expect true search performed. And then this, it doesn't move far away, so it should be false. We should call all of this stuff here. Right, it should be the same enemies. And I need to expand the search area, actually. Yep, we're using Lua. I like to use Lua in my custom game engine because I don't need to recompile and rebuild and redeploy the server if I change the game logic if it's in the Lua. It's just slower. I don't know what Corona is. No, it's a custom game engine, so it's C++ with the Lua interpreter integrated into it, and it can show you here. The individual scripts are actual game entities, and part of the engine is part of the engine's work is every game tick it runs all the scripts that are registered in this systems thing, and part of it is the stuff that runs through all the NPCs and figures out what they should be doing. Corona's the game engine where you code in Lua? Oh, I didn't know that. I knew about Love 2D. That's also a game engine written for Lua, but I didn't know about Corona. Nice. You have taught me something today. You will get an useless internet point in my chat. Let's put another note there. Yeah, I like learning about new things, even if I don't actually use them at the time. Points! Yes. Okay, I guess I want to just copy this, right? And we're not moving the NPC this time, we're just moving the third enemy. So, okay, so I need to parameterize this one then, right? Let's parameterize it like this. Local moving enemy Y is... what should it start out as? Okay, if he's at 2, 4, and he's going to move to 2, 3, right? Going to move to 2, 3. So 5 squares away from that would be -2. So if he goes from -3 to -2. So let's set that to -2 for this move down here. Then it will be in range, and we should get that, and that should be added to the aggro list. This one. There we go. This time the NPC moves far away to trigger another search. So, okay, so that will be a little drop aggro, right? Oh, I forgot to do that. Right, so this goes to 9, and it's now far enough away where there are no enemies in range, so there are no enemies. And the search was performed, because it was out of range. Is hostile towards, I forget when is that called? Oh. Is it okay that some of your entities in the test share the same IDs? Nope. Nope, you're right. I messed that up. Thank you, iGrock. Let's bump those. 15, 16. There you go. Need to all be distinct IDs. Okay, none of them will be within range when we move out to... Oh, wait a minute. No, I designed this one to be in range. Sorry. That one will be... So that will be called. It's always called, basically. Is that reset? Ooh, I'm not resetting that. That's bad. Let's have a reset function. So local reset is function, and let's reset all these things. Search performed. And we'll just call reset. Actually, let's call it reset test. Like that. Okay. I only have 20 minutes left. Then I gotta go. Okay, I shouldn't well, I guess you can, right? You can say, you can redeclare it. It doesn't matter, right? Okay, now I need to reflect that it's going to search more squares. So where do I test that? Right here? Should we expect that +5 now, right? For the max cost. And we should return more things like beyond. So there, so these are within aggro range. These are beyond aggro range. So I need to include the positions that are beyond. Ooh, thank you for that follow. So weird not seeing semicolons. Yeah. No semicolons on Lua. Thank you for the other follow there. Okay. 2-1 is where the enemy was? Wait a minute, these numbers aren't right. Hold on. The closest enemy is at 2-2 and the further enemy is at 2-1? No, it's the other way around. It should be 2-3. Okay, I had these are wrong. That should have been there, and that is there. Right? So there are spots up to the left and right, and that's 1 up, 2 up, 3 up. I really should have a drawing for this. 2, 3, and 2, 2. Okay, so if we're searching from 2, 4, 10 squares away, that will go all the way to -6, so it will include this one. So they don't actually have to be contiguous, do they? I can just put it out there. So bad with this. I need that variable. Moving enemy y. Actually, I don't really need that. Where does he start at? -3? And let's say you can move... these numbers actually are irrelevant, right? The cost is important, though. So that is 7. Yeah. I should just give these guys names. This is so bad. Is here. And then the other one that I added is at 14, so that is 10 away. So I need to include that. Actually, I wanted that to be beyond the original site. So let's move them a little bit. Let's go to 15. Right, so if that's 15, this should go to 10. And then it'll be within 5. Yeah. Why is there a ghost behind my head? Is there a ghost behind my head? What are we seeing? It could have been, that's probably the blue screen. It just vanished there. Depending on the lighting, like it just became really sunny outside and the camera probably had to adjust. So, what? Not that one. Right click, filters, chroma key. So what if I mess with this? You're probably seeing that, right? Yeah. There's a bright light shining on the back of the blue screen. Oh, it's all the difficulty of setting up the camera lighting and all that. With lighting, I can't really can't really control very well sometimes. Oh man, this is kicking my butt, these numbers. This is just a terrible way to do it. And then that's the wrong constant, or that's the wrong name. $15, right? 15. I should put this one way out of range. So it never sees it. Cool. Oh, hey there, Craig. How are you doing? Okay. Reset test. This shouldn't need to do a search. This one... Okay, this position should be in this list, so let's include that. Yeah, enemy will move here. There we go. Okay. And the cost is wrong. That's 8 away. No, 6 away. Correct. Okay. Math hard. So this should trigger a search because the position is moved to 10 instead of 4. So we'll return the same things, right? Only the costs will be all different. So this is going to be 6 and no, 7. And that's also 7, 6, no, 8, 9, 13, 12, and but this is 5 now. Because the positions in the game don't change, but the costs... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the costs do because we recalculated the cost at that point. Okay, I got it. All right. I think I got the test set up now. And this is totally not going to work because I haven't changed the code to match it, but that's fine. Let me make sure it's failing the way I expect. Yeah, expected 10, actual is 5. Oh, no, that's not right. 352. Oh, yeah, no, that is correct. And yeah, we're just wrapping the information and returning it. Okay, got it. Okay. So path, here's where I gotta update this. So I think just like in the other script for tether, we're gonna have a cache. We're gonna call it aggro search cache. And we'll have it tied to the entity, I think. So I won't need to call this. So we'll need to check to see if I need to call this or not. A couple things will be conditional here, right? Let me think about this. We're gonna want to get a places, but we might get it from the cache. This is if we have to look it up. Actually, if we look it up, we're gonna want to store it and then fetch it. So this will be the case where it's either not in the cache. So if looking it up by NPC entity is nil, or I guess what we'd say is if we're beyond 5 squares away, so I need to look it up. So this dot places index of, oh, this is complicated. So I should probably have a helper function to do this. Cost, well, you can use cost, right? Cost of our position. So that's pause. Let me think about this. I should probably do it this way. If that is less than or equal, no, greater than 5. So I'm hard coding the number. I probably shouldn't do that. Let's make it a constant here. Aggro search extension is 5, and they'll use that constant there. So if we haven't calculated the search before, or if the cost of reaching that position, of our current position within the cache is more than the extension, then we need to recalculate it, right? And when we recalculate it, I'm going to want to store it in there. So that equals places is places, and I need to record our initial position. So I guess origin? No, it doesn't actually, don't need it. Yeah, I can just look up our, yeah, so I can actually just store places directly. That'll work. And I just need to define this call function. So function, local cost is a function that takes a position, and then it's going to look up this stuff, right? So So I have to do, I have to get the index of it first. So local index is that index of position X and Y. If index is 0, then return, I don't know, out of range. So I should have a constant here. I have a max range here somewhere, don't I? Aggro range. Plus extension. Plus 1. End. I wonder if I could build that into this. What if I just do, yeah, what if I do this? If that, then return out of range end, and then let's define out of range to be that. Local out of range equals that. I misspelled it. So if we haven't cached it, return out of range. Otherwise, we find the index. If it's not in there, it's out of range. Otherwise, we're going to return it, right? So it'll be that places in cost order. I forget how to do this. Oh, and then index it. Index dot cost. Dot cost. There we go. Cool. Making sure I got this right. So I can then reduce this to if just that, right? If that's true, then we need to recalculate it. That could be true if we haven't cached it yet, or if we have cached it and we've moved out of out beyond our extension. Okay, so we store it, and then and we're gonna look through this, and I'm gonna want to look at the cost, right? Yeah. So if the cost is outside our aggro range, we want to skip this, right? So it's basically if the place dot cost is less than or equal to the aggro range, then do this. I think that's all I need to do. Oh, it passed the wrong thing for the aggro range, so that search needs to add. Where's the search? Here, it needs to add the aggro extension. Okay, it got further, I think. Expected 5, but got 10. Okay. Oh, I didn't even save that. Yeah, we need to save it. Okay, got to line 400. Oh, it didn't get very far. Okay. 342? Oh yeah, that's wrong. That should be plus 5. Okay, so it got to aggro search, said table index is nil on line 134. Or 139. It thought that was nil. It shouldn't be nil. Hold on. It's called from line... Wait a minute. Right. Line 400. Test context has an NPC entity in it, right? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, we need to add that. Let's make it 99. Run. Okay. Right, I didn't mock the index of. I need to do that. So that was in here, right? The search probably still has it. Yeah. Yeah, this one right here. I need that mock there. I believe that's all I need. Run again. Places is nil on 143 of this one. Places. Oh, right. We can say else. Places equals look it up in the cache, right? Okay, cool. We got further. We got to 443. Wrong file. 443. Ooh, I got 1 minute left. Technically, I can go a little bit over. I want to see if I can finish this. How much can I go over? I'm just cutting into my lunchtime. Actual value missing key 3 in the path. So it's missing that one. Okay. I think I know what I did. I moved the enemy. No, I moved the NPC, right? But I don't think we're taking the NPC's current position into effect when we're doing the aggro search. So yeah, I need to do that. I need to calculate this, don't I? Yes, I need to say local like our distance from search anchor, right? How about deviation? Deviation is the cost, right? If the deviation is beyond that, then it's going to be 0 because we're at that spot. Actually, it won't be in there. Actually, I need to do another check if the position hasn't moved. Yeah, I should say if I'm actually need to record it in the cache, aren't I? I will need to record it in the cache. Okay, so actually, I guess I'll just put that into the cost. There we go. So I'll just put it into the cost thing. Index of, no, this will be a special thing. If position 1 equals, let's get a local reference to that. Cache entry. Cache entry dot origin 1. Actually, can you compare two arrays in Lua directly? So I don't have to do a member-wise thing. I forget, so let me check. Shell, command shell, build VS Code Lua X. If let's just say if is 1 2 equal to 1 2. False. Okay, I guess I can't do it then. It's doing a reference-wise comparison, so that won't work. So I need to do a member-wise. So that and that, then return 0, else end. So that's 2. Basically, if we're on the origin, then return 0. Otherwise, we got to find... Okay, so this is going to be that dot places. Like that. And then I got to separate the origin from the places. So that's this. Places is places, origin equals position X, position Y. There we go. So uptime and downtime map to the same thing? I didn't know that. Okay, and then I gotta use deviation, don't I? Right, I need to say that dot places, and then, is that it? No, I need to subtract deviation from, this one. So it's this. Oh, wait a minute. How do we know which direction the NPC is moved? Shoot. It actually doesn't. Oh, crap. Oh, good night too, bud. This is a problem. This won't quite work, will it? I won't know the relative, like, whether it's moved towards or away. Huh. Maybe if... Yeah, maybe if an NPC... Yeah, this won't work. Damn it. I just realized that this whole thing won't work. Because let's say, oh, this is all broken now. It probably won't even show it now. Yeah, this is all broken now. Actually, it's not completely broken. Yeah, it's actually sort of working now where it's not recalculating it because he didn't wander far enough away, but if I make him wander, then it recalculates it. The problem is, let's say he wanders down instead of up, and the slime moves up to here. Well, we won't really know if he's within aggro range unless maybe I need to do another search if that happens. So I need to do another search if anything enters the aggro range that wasn't there before, maybe? Yeah, this is going to take more time than I have to do it. Yeah, it's like... Yeah. Okay. I screwed this up. It needs to do another search, basically, to answer the question, is it really within range? I guess we can eliminate that by saying we can say if that cost minus that is, yeah. So the worst case is it won't aggro when it should. Oh, good night, Nui. I'm almost done anyway. I gotta go eat lunch and then head out. No, this might aggro things it shouldn't aggro. But it should not aggro something. So it needs to do another search again. I'll handle that. I'll handle that tomorrow or later. So there's a bug in this. So bug. Bug if in, where are we? NPC aggro search. If in NPC aggro search, the NPC deviates away from the last search, it may aggro onto something that it shouldn't. To fix this, so we need to search again to confirm the potential target is within aggro range. Alright, so right now it might aggro early because it's going to subtract this deviation from the cost. So like if George moves 5 squares away, it'll subtract 5 from the cost. So something, if it was sitting on 15 or 14 and now he's moved 5 away, it might look like it's within range. And you might go chase it. So, I don't know. This might actually be passing that. No, it's not. There's something else wrong with the test. Oh, because I didn't save it. Okay, yeah. We'll fix the other bugs, but I need to go back and fix that design flaw later. 443. It's still not seeing this guy. Why not? Moves to -2. That was in there. Cost was 6. Now it should be 5. It should be in the list then, right? Starts out at 2, 4. Moves to y equals 3. So that's a deviation of, now the deviation is 1. Then this enemy moved to -2 of y, and that's used there. Okay, and then that square and that square has had a cost of 6, so -1 will be a 5. Yeah, that's weird. It should have gone into here. Weird. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't work. Is it not recalculating the deviation? It's cost, so Oh, wait a minute. It's not subtracting the cost, is it? No, it is. It's finding our current position. So that should is that in the list? Yes. So it should get 1 for that cost. It should return the cost, yeah. Technically, these aren't in cost order, are they? Should put that here. But that won't fix it. Position is NPC. There's the context position, right? Okay. Oh, I wonder if there's a... Is there a script error? Is that what we're running into? Ooh, go back over here. Let me see if there's a script error. Ah, he's aggroing onto things. There we go. We're getting these script errors. No? It isn't updating the debug map, which is... Oh, wait a minute. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, never mind. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I think I need to take a break. I'll take a break. I'll come at this later. I'll try to figure out what I did wrong. And I need to seriously reconsider how I set this test up because it's super, super, super complicated. I need to really simplify this. I need to think about it in a different way, like iGrok was saying. Maybe pull together some helpers, test helpers for this kind of stuff, just to make it more readable. This is insanely difficult to read. Just digging the hole for myself deeper and deeper. That should go here, by the way. That is not within aggro. Hold on. That's there. That's all there. Yeah, so I need to clean this up, take a break, clean this up later. I'm just gonna head out. Let's go raid somebody. Just gotta know when to quit for the day, you know? Okay. Yeah, see you playing with scissors. Thanks for being here. Bye, Trololo. There's someone I follow that I haven't seen streaming in a long time. Let's see what he's doing. Oh, I'm watching an ad now. Hold on, when this ad's done, I'll figure out what he's doing. What's up, TS Just? Yeah, hopefully tomorrow and then Thursday. Yeah, hopefully. Just need to stay motivated. Too bad Tim's not streaming now. Okay, I hardly ever see this guy streaming, but he's on the same team of indie game developers as Adam. He's Rob the Swan, and he says he's resurrecting some diorama code. I'm assuming that's an older game. Yeah, so let's go raid Rob the Swan. Why not stream every day? I wish I could, but I got meetings on certain days that would just totally clash with my streaming schedule. We're gonna raid Rob the Swan, all right? He's a game dev. I haven't watched him in a while, so let's see. Yeah, meetings. Meetings suck. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Take care now. Bye.